You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Wednesday, October 12th, 2022, at around 11 p.m. And today we're going to play a game. I've got a bunch of games here, but we can decide as a group what game we want to play, what mystery game we're going to play. So Robert recognized this one. He must have it because otherwise you wouldn't recognize it just from this box. This is Killer at Large. This is a mail order one-off games. This company, Killer at Large, has 3. This is the one with the guy out in the wilderness. I forget which one it's called. And then we've got 2 others here. I'm calling these the landscape portrait games to choose from. This is brand new and was someone sent me, it might have been Robert, sent me an email or posted on the Board Game Geek Co-op for Two Guild, which you can find a link to in the community tab. So this one, Murder Noir, is brand new by Murder Mystery Party. And it actually looks kind of tempting here. It looks like there's a kidnapping involved. Now, Robert says he can't take credit. Okay, possibly another Robert or someone else who emailed me. It might have been a Robert, though. This is over 50 pieces of evidence. Okay, so Murder Mystery Party has an interesting pedigree. They licensed 2 of the adventure games, which I consider the very top of this genre, and then they made a couple other in-house. Murder Mystery Party is sort of a sub-brand of University Games, which has been making these kinds of games and dinner mystery games for decades. They make, however, in this series, Murder Mystery Party, which is not the best name, they licensed some of the best, but then their other games in this series have been some of the worst. I reviewed 5 of them in one video. And the person who emailed me about this said, I wonder if it's another adventure licensed game. No, it's definitely not licensed from adventure. In fact, I have a little bit of bad news, and this is a little hard, a little awkward to say. But they are doing something which I like, which is they're giving credit to the author, which often is not done in these games, which is a shame because really they're like writing a book when they write these. But the credited author of this box is Nina Moog. And I regret to inform that Nina Moog is the author of one of my least favorite of these games, called, I believe it was Murder by Chef's Knife. There were some okay parts about it, but as a mystery, it was one of the most lackluster. Okay, so has Nina improved? I don't know. Certainly the setting is more appealing. But okay, so there's that. And Jonathan Warner was in the chat and said, I don't know if I'll be able to stay for this whole stream. And I said, well, maybe that's good. Maybe you can stay and make sure we play a game that you're not interested in. Okay, so that's Murder Mystery Noir. There's The Killer at Large. So that one I bought off Amazon. I think it's $25 or so. This one directly from their website for $30 or so. I'm not a fan of these disposable cardboard boxes, though you can see why they're appealing. They just stamp your package label on it and send it in the mail. But okay. Now, this one is also from eBay. It's called an FPI mystery. There's 2 of these. I can't remember if both are available on Amazon or just one. This one's called Death of an Artist. I saw, the only coverage I saw this anywhere is a little 1-minute blurb where they're opening up and it looked like there was a passport that looked kind of real. And you can see it's a rather large box. It's not that heavy, but it's as big a box as we've ever seen for these kinds of games. But on the other hand, there are signs that might worry you. 1 to 20 players. 1 to 20 players, but better with more than one. But we're playing it online. That counts as more than one. So we have no idea what to expect from this. This is by a company called The Lucky Egg. This is their first foray into this genre, so I am curious about it. One other thing that I noted somewhere, I forget whether it was on the Amazon page or somewhere else, is they emphasized humor in this game. They said it was kind of like a little bit like the movie Hot Fuzz. So I think we should expect a little bit of tongue-in-cheek humor if we play this one. Okay, so those are the 3 games you can choose from in the Landscape series, I'm calling, and I think we should play one of these today. But I did bring out, just in case you've got something different in mind, I've got 2 more series of these new series of these mystery suspect cold case games. Murder of a Musician and Murder of a Marine Biologist. This is in the Cryptic Killers series, which we've not played any of, and I believe there are like 4 of these. These are the 2 rated more difficult. And it looks like these make some use of internet. This one is rated 4.5 out of 5. This one's rated 4 out of 5. Online content, okay. All of these, or most of these actually, 4 of the 5 of these are all from the UK. There's something about England that is makes these games more attractive. Blake has come in. FBI says, funky police investigators. Robert says, I'm playing Murder of Musician and got a little stuck. Okay, that's a good sign. 4.5 out of 5 difficulty. Okay, and then the other set that I brought out are these cold case cracker cases. There are 4 of these. This is how they came to me. I bought them on eBay. They look sort of handmade. But we've got these cases. We heard from someone on the channel that these were not the best, but I really don't know. All right, so I'd like to suggest that we save these for when we're ready to play all of them in the series and pick one of these 3 to play. This is the one we have the most, feel the most confident about what we're going to get. Probably not the best game. These are a little bit unpredictable. We see someone else in the channel. You guys constantly are trying to give me hard names to pronounce. This Spamonite says, I played the Cold Case Cracker. They're not bad, not difficult, but not bad. Jesse, can you check the title of the Killer at Large? Okay, let's see. This just says Killer at Large. It doesn't say, I can see they've used a generic box. If you go on the website and read me the 3, I'll tell you the titles of the 3. I'll tell you which one it is. It's the one with the guy hiking in the woods or hiking on a trail. I forget which one that is. Okay, while you guys are deciding, there should be a card that says resort. Well, maybe it's not open. I suppose we could open it though. Okay. It says Murder at East Mountain Lake. Murder at East Mountain Lake is what this box is, and here's the list of contents. Murder at East Mountain Lake. Okay, so while you guys are thinking about which of these you want to play, or if you want to play something different, if the people who are going to be hanging out want to play an 8-hour puzzle game, we can break out the Escape Tales game or something else. The Blair Witch 6 box set is over there. We're going to try to play that over the course of 3 to 6 days right around Halloween. So that's when we're scheduled that. And you'll notice something else on the bookshelf that's different. Normally, Jonathan is pretty good at recognizing it, but there's something else new on the bookshelf that you're not going to be able to recognize, but you could make a guess about what it is based on its appearance and size. Jonathan, when you vote, you got to say, are you voting for the game because you're going to disappear and you're not going to be playing it? To the left of Mansion Murders, yes, that is what I'm talking about. That is the new thing. Okay, so when you vote, you have to vote and say, this is what I'd like for you to play, and then you have to say whether you're planning on leaving, and that's why you want us to play that one. Okay, we're going to chat a little bit. I have to do a live update Q&A at some point soon. But we'll just talk a little bit. One of the reasons I wanted to do a stream tonight is that yesterday I recorded 6 videos showing different OBS plugins that I've written that will be open sourced in a couple days. 6 videos of OBS plugins and modifications, and I'm want to test some of them out now, give them a real world test. I mean, I've been using them for a while, but I made some last minute tweaks to them. If you're interested in creating a YouTube channel of your own, live streaming or recording, you might check out those videos and see if there's anything of interest to you there. I'm actually having quite a bit of fun with coding for OBS, although they just rejected some pull requests. A pull request, for those of you who aren't familiar, and there's no reason you would be, in open source projects, lots of people can contribute to code, and there's a way that you contribute to code, a sort of formalized way. It's called a pull request. You basically download a copy of the source code, you make changes in it, you submit those changes to your local repository, and then you basically say, I propose these get merged into the official release. Okay, so I've got a couple standalone plugins and then a couple of modifications, and one of the modifications I made that seemed fairly straightforward was just rejected because it made it's the CSS custom browser. the details aren't important. What's important is that it's clear that my changes aren't going to get accepted into the OBS course, so I'm going to have to maintain my own OBS build. So probably I won't be trying to contribute to OBS Core anymore. It's too much hassle. But I'll still make the plugins available. Not all of the plugins will work though, because, well, one of them won't work because it requires a core modification. The rest will be fine. Jonathan, let's see. This Spamonite says Killer at Large is interesting. I'd vote for that. Jonathan says, looks like Killer at Large got a vote from each, and I voted for it in case I had to go, so works for me. Okay, so maybe we'll play. Sounds like we're going to be playing Killer at Large. So we'll put the rest of these away. We'll play Killer at Large. Okay, so anything else to talk about before we get started? Anything else new? Okay, so no one guessed what that is. That is a package from England. Inside are 12 little boxes. They're sort of, they look like they're maybe 8.5 by 6 inch little mini boxes. 8.5 by 6 inches by an inch. And those are the 12 episodes of the Cozy Killer game, Hidden Listener. That's the most expensive of all of the mystery games we've ever purchased. I've ever purchased, coming out of my bank account, not yours. So I purchased it. And I'm looking forward to trying that one out. That one, it looks a little homemade, but long, elaborate. Very curious to see what that's like. So we've got a lot of stuff to schedule. Anything else to talk about? Anything? The chat's been up to anything interesting? I have been watching, I can't look away, I've been watching Stephen Wolfram's videos on YouTube. Stephen Wolfram's a very famous mathematician, started out in physics. He created Mathematica, which is a very famous scientific piece of software that's still in use quite a bit in academia. And he is a raging narcissist, egomaniac, delusional person, in addition to being obviously quite brilliant in certain fields. He's just out of control, thinking he invented everything, and sort of, you know, he's walled himself off in his own little world, but he makes videos. He records videos called Live CEOing. That's what I've been watching lately, where you're actually listening to his monthly conversations with his workers at Mathematica, and they're sort of arguing, he's arguing and complaining about the most minuscule items of font spacing. And I know people who worked at Mathematica and they universally dislike Stephen Wolfram. I dislike him. I hated his book, New Kind of Science. It just, so but I cannot look away. I keep watching these videos. I can't help it. They're pretty cringeworthy. All right. Anything else? Any other, you know, what you've been up to? Anything else to talk about? The latest Sherlock Holmes Fellowship of Bones play-by-mail letter arrived today. So I've scheduled our next session, Turn 14, for tomorrow at 11 p.m. That may be the finale. So tomorrow at 11 p.m., we may submit our answers and see what happens, what it looks like when you submit your answers. I believe we're ready. We were just taking one last turn for fun, but I think we're ready to solve it. So that will be tomorrow, 11 p.m. Jonathan says, was a new kind of science about finite automata, finite state automata. Yes, well, Stephen Wolfram in the 80s was actually at the start of cellular automata, which are quite significant. And he has rightful claim to be involved in that field. The Game of Life by Conway is the most famous example of a cellular automata. Very cool, very beautiful. So 1980s, Stephen Wolfram was involved in this field, and then lots of stuff got done between the 80s and 2020 on chaos theory and complexity and how simple rules and simple changes can lead to complex effects. And so out came this book, A New Kind of Science, which I guess came out in 2000 or so, where he claimed to have invented all of the stuff that people have been working on in chaos theory for 20 years at that point. And this whole book was pictures of cellular automata. And he basically said every 20 pages, no one understands that simple rules can lead to complex behavior. It was stuff that's been very commonly accepted for a long time. And That New Kind of Science is this big, giant book with beautiful pictures, but basically just showing pictures and then claiming that he's come up with this idea that no one will be able to comprehend that you can get complex behavior from simple rules, a concept that has been fully accepted by the time that book came out. And he ignored all of this prior work on chaos theory and complexity. It was infuriating. And then he had a chapter on physics, which was actually a little interesting, but hard to understand, and only real physics experts could talk about it. And now he started a new project called, some project for new physics, where he's claimed to have solved all of physics and come up with grand unified theories to explain quantum dynamics, all through a sort of cellular automata-like system. But he never provides enough details for anyone to check it, and he's a bit of a crackpot, basically. He's smart. All the crackpots are smart, but they are really crackpots. All right, Dispamonite says, I'm doing the murder by mail games myself, so I've been avoiding those streams. There's one more. That company, Murders by Mail, makes 3 games. One is Sherlock Holmes Fellowship of Bones, which we've been playing. One is L.A. Noire Bloom of Hollywood that we've also been playing. And then there's another one which is sort of a cozy case, sort of Agatha Christie country cottage, relaxed one. That's the only one we didn't decide to play. Anyone else up to anything interesting? Watch anything interesting? I've been watching... Anyone who's tuning into these streams for the first time is probably like, is this how it goes? Do they ever play the game? Yes, we will play the game eventually. So, House of Dragon, the HBO miniseries spin-off of Game of Thrones, and I've really disliked it. And in particular, I've been disappointed that Paddy Considine, who's the main plays the king in this spin-off. He was one of my favorite actors, and he's been in some amazing movies. Cry of the Owl, one of my very favorite movies. And I've been really disappointed in his use in this show. It seems wasted. But the last episode, for some reason, really struck home with me how he played it. And there was something that felt quite unusual and reminded me why I liked him. I just very I don't know how to describe it. Understated. Just, there were some choices made in that last episode of The King. There were some choices of what to do, whether they're his choices or the directors. I tend to think they couldn't have been the directors, because everything the directors are doing in that show seems bad and wrong-headed. So I ascribe it all to Paddy Considine doing a great job, finally being given some rope, given free rein to do his stuff. Robert says, I see that Postmortem has a 4th game coming out. Yes, I've ordered it. That's the Postmortem series had 3 games, Postmortem LA. We've played all 3 on the channel. I've reviewed all 3. They're some of the best games in this entire genre. Absolutely the best writing of any of them. That's because there's a real writer involved. I talk about that, solving that mystery in the review video. The latest game is Postmortem London Gothic. So leaves LA. I think it's a bit of an origin story. I've ordered it. I was telling my wife the other day that I'm all about claiming credit for things. So I'll remind people that none of the games I play on this channel are provided by companies. I have no arrangements, financial or otherwise, with game companies or designers. They're all purchased off my own money so that I remain unbiased. They wanted to send me a copy of London Gothic. I said, no, I'll buy it. Just let me know when it's available. So that should be coming soon. We will absolutely play it here when it arrives. I think the blurb said it should arrive before Halloween, so in the next couple of weeks. I'm curious what it will be like and how it will compare to the previous games. Anything else to talk about? I'm just looking at my plugins and my new OBS interface, and I'm liking it. Been on the air for 29 minutes, 24 minutes in this session. So maybe what we'll do is we'll take a break before we open this up and actually play it. Any last questions, comments, projects you guys are working on? I'd love to hear what you guys are up to, what sort of stuff you do, what movies you watch, music. I guess that would be better for a Q&A session, but what's the harm? What damage can we do here? There's no damage that can be done. All right, we'll take a break. I'll give you guys time to think of anything you want to say before we dive into Killer at Large. The name of the case is, again, Mystery at East Mountain Lake. So we will be playing that when we come back after a 5-minute break. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. We'll start playing. Okay, we're back. You were watching Co-op for Two, and we were playing Killer at Large, Mystery at East Mountain Lake. Let's see, what does it contain? Intro letter from Don, bunch of stuff. Then within envelope A and within envelope B, all right, we're not going to read that, but let's read this. Your job is to, we've never played the game from this company, so we don't really know what to expect. Your job is to analyze the evidence and identify the killer so they don't get away with murder. Everything you need to solve the case is contained within this box. No outside research is needed, so no need to use the internet. There are 3 objectives you will need to solve in order to catch the killer. Let's see. There are 3 objectives you need to solve in order to catch the killer. Start by reading the letter from Don Schwartz and solving objective 1. For each suspect, you'll want to determine if they had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit the crime. Means, motive, opportunity. Did they have the ability and tools necessary? Based on the cause of death, did the suspect possess the ability to commit the crime? Motive, did they have a reason to kill the victim? Suspects with no motive likely aren't the killer. Opportunity, did they have the chance to commit the crime? Consider abilities, alibis, and the crime timeline to determine who had the opportunity to commit the crime. Okay, fair enough. And then the contents, all right. Let's see what we've got here. Look at this. Hi, Jesse. Thanks for ordering. I hope you enjoy. Sam, looks like a personal little letter. Okay. Let's see what's in this box. Okay. So we can put this away. Everything is in envelopes. We've got a main envelope of evidence. Envelope A, don't open until you've completed objective 1. Envelope B, do not open until you've completed objective 2. Okay, so I'm a sucker for these staged things that get revealed. I think one of the one of the few areas where these cold case mystery suspect games can be a little bit of a letdown is that everything comes out all at once generally. So I love this idea of having stuff you only open when you make certain progress. And this says, do not open until you've identified the correct killer at killeratlarge.co Arnold 3. So I guess we are supposed to go to the internet first and solve it, and then we can read the solution. I guess if you didn't have an internet connection, you would just solve it and then read this without checking your solution. But that seems completely reasonable. Okay, let's take a look at this letter we've got here. Dear Detective, I'm reaching out to you because I don't know where else to turn. I think my friend was murdered, but I can't prove it on my own. I need your help. Arnold Harris and I have been friends for almost 50 years. He was only 4 months older than me, and we both loved the Red Sox, so of course we were close. I remember growing up across the street from him in Ellsworth. There wasn't a day that went by where we didn't walk to school together. If there's one thing that stands out about Arnold, it's how much he loved the outdoors. He would always ask me to go on these hiking or fishing or camping trips with him, and of course I'd say yes. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't? Those trips are what made him really come alive. You could tell he belonged out in the wilderness. Looking back, Arnold was never really good in school. He was too much of an outdoorsman to want to be cooped up inside all day studying. After high school, Arnold didn't know what he wanted to do, so he joined the army. He spent time all over, but he'd tell you that his most fond memories were from Asia. Wouldn't you know it, when he came back 4 years later, he decided to become a plumber. I would have never expected that. He did plumbing for a few years, then one day, seemingly out of nowhere, he bought a campground. Apparently he had some money saved up from his plumbing work, took out a loan for the rest, and was able to buy it. He owned the place ever since. I'll be honest, it wasn't much to look at when he bought it. The place was way overgrown and hardly anyone actually camped there, but that didn't stop Arnold. He had it cleaned up and turned around in less than 6 months. That next summer, it was packed with campers. It continued like this for more than 20 years. Arnold was very meticulous and hands-on about taking care of the property, and he made sure to keep his guests happy. Then a couple of years ago, there was an accident. Arnold was in a serious car crash and could no longer take care of the property like he used to. Trails became overgrown, campground buildings were falling apart. Arnold just couldn't keep up anymore, and it showed. The number of bookings went way down, and Arnold's wallet hurt because of it. When Arnold was found dead, I couldn't believe it. The police said it was a suicide, but there's no way. I've known Arnold almost my whole life. Sure, the past few years have been tough for him, but he would never commit suicide. We talked a lot the last few months before he died, and he told me that his business was falling apart and many people were angry with him because of it. I suspect foul play, but I need your help to prove it. I know a guy on the force who was able to leak me some evidence from the case. I know it's not much to go on, but I'm hoping you can use this to determine how Arnold died. In the meantime, I'll work with my contact to see what other evidence we can get. There's no way I'm letting someone get away with this. Best, Don Schwartz. Then it says, Objective 1. Analyze the evidence in the evidence folder and determine Arnold's specific cause of death. Example, if he was shot, with what? If he was poisoned, with what? If he was stabbed, with what? Once you are confident you have figured out how Arnold died, visit this page to prove it. After you successfully confirm the cause of death, you may open envelope A. Need a hint? Visit killeratlarge.co Arnold 1 and scroll down to the bottom of the page. Okay, so our only mission at first is to figure out the specific cause of death. All right, this was quite a compelling little letter. I felt like it fleshed out who this person was, that he was cared for. Someone was his friend and doesn't want his death to go unsolved. Doesn't want his murder to go unsolved. But it was quite compelling that this guy really cares about his friend and that his friend was on hard times. It was a little sad. Okay. We probably won't need that again. Let us open. I can put the envelopes away and we'll just work with our evidence. If you could magically wave a wand and sort of standardize these games, one of the things that would be nice to do is sort of a standard difficulty level, which I know is a hard thing to do. But another thing would be like just some sense of if things have to get destroyed while you play the game and how easy it is to pass along to someone else. So it was nice that I could open up that envelope without ripping it and tearing it. Okay, well, here is our dead person, Arnold Harris. Okay. Served in the Army, became a plumber, was an outdoorsman. Got into a car accident, fell in hard times. Got a little newspaper clipping. Local man found dead in home by Mike Rodriguez, Times staff writer. Okay, let's go through these. Arnold Harris seen hiking the Rocky Mountains, August 2015. Local businessman Arnold Harris, 58, of Columbia Falls, was found unresponsive in his home on the morning of September 11th by his sister, Elizabeth Dunn. The Washington County Sheriff's Office said Mr. Harris was pronounced dead shortly after officials arrived. Let's try an experiment with this game. Let's try not marking it up. Let's see if that makes it any more difficult for us. Okay, found by the sister, September 11th. Elizabeth Dunn. At this time, the sheriff's office suspects the death to be the result of suicide, but a thorough investigation must be completed before an official determination is made. Police said in a statement, according to Washington County Sheriff Deputy Roger Daly, the investigation is ongoing, but at this point we can say there is no threat to public safety. We do not suspect foul play is involved. Initial reports indicate that Mr. Harris left work early 2 days prior on September 9th, feeling gravely ill. Harris's son, Michael, tried reaching him the next day but got no response. Harris's sister, Elizabeth, discovered Harris the following morning. In a statement, Elizabeth said she was utterly heartbroken. Yesterday I lost my brother and my friend. He was too young to leave this world. I am devastated. Mr. Harris leaves behind a son, Michael, a sister, Elizabeth, and former spouse, Melissa. Michael and Elizabeth have asked for privacy at this time. East Mountain Lake. Harris was a native to northeastern Maine, growing up in Ellsworth. After graduating from Ellsworth High School, he joined the military, spending time in Japan, China, and South Korea. For the past 2 decades, Harris owned and managed the East Mountain Lake campground located in Addison. Harris purchased the campground, transforming it from a rundown site into a family-friendly nature getaway. Harris's son Michael recalls many campers who would make it a point to visit East Mountain Lake every year. It was dozens of families' annual tradition, and that's all because of my dad. That place won't be the same without him. Funeral services will be held this Saturday at 10 a.m. at Inglesby Funeral Home in Machias, followed by a reception at Toscana. Okay, and this newspaper is from Monday, September 13th. And then, there's a story on the back of this. Let's take a look at this. See if it's relevant. It says nearly 500 acres identified for future development. Maine Land Use Planning Commission and members of the public have defined an area between Addison and Jonesport that could be used for future housing and commercial development. Does someone want his land for development? Mary Miller, the Planning Commission's acting director, said the nearly 500 acres spans across 3 townships. The project is meant to bring 200 second home lots, 1 resort, and other attractions to the area. Forests and Wildlife Director Todd Williams is encouraged by the proposed plan. The plan balances the need for economic development in the area with the conservation of natural resources. The Planning Commission has actively worked to involve the public throughout the entire process. Outreach has included in-person meetings, surveys, and phone calls. Local response to the project has been mostly positive. Miller says our last meeting, held last Wednesday night in Machias, had over 50 local residents in attendance. The next scheduled meeting is September 24th at 7 p.m. at the Jonesport Town Hall. Local residents are encouraged to attend. So they're building this big thing. The meeting was in Machias, and the next one is at Jonesport. And here we have the funerals in Machias. So clearly this is a very close area to where this guy's property was. All right. Then we have right away a suspect list. Okay, let's see who we've got here. Michael Harris, this is going to be the son. Height, age, hometown, his car, the license plate of his car. Remember, this is leaked police information. Notes he's Arnold Harris's son, no criminal arrests. Robert Campbell, we don't know who that is. Employee at East Mountain Lake Campground. It's odd. It seems like we're reading this before we should. Let's put this aside till we get a little further in. And maybe we'll do what we normally do. Let's just skim through all of the documents, and then we'll try to organize them. So here's our suspect list. Suspect list. Presumably we'll be introduced to these people soon. We've got an incident report from September 11, which is the death, the day of they found him. So let's see. Let's read this since it seems like it might be the next logical thing to read about. So this is by the Washington County Sheriff's Department. Narrative number 1, Officer Gabrielle Thompson. She says, on 11 September 2021 at 10:16 a.m., I was dispatched to 34 Concord Avenue in Columbia Falls in reference to a distressed individual, later identified as Arnold Harris. Upon arriving at the home, I found broken planters and glass shards scattered across the front porch. As I entered the residence, I found Mr. Harris lying face up on the living room floor of the home. His sister, Elizabeth Dunn, was sitting next to him, clearly distraught. I checked Harris for breathing and heartbeat, but found neither. Mrs. Dunn informed me that she had not been able to reach her brother, Mr. Harris, last night, and arrived this morning to find him passed out. At 10:23 a.m., EMS arrived and did a thorough review of Harris's condition. Harris was pronounced dead at 10:36 a.m. The cause of death is unknown at this time. There appear to be several possible bruises on his forearms, but no other injuries were found from a visible inspection. Bruises on forearms. Large patches of vomit were found on the living room floor surrounding Mr. Harris's body. Okay, so if he's vomiting, you could get poison. Head injury would do that as well. At 10:48, assuming that's his, if it's someone else's, obviously something different. At 10:48 a.m., the medical examiner's office arrived and removed the body. At 11:12 a.m., Crime Lab Unit 2375 responded and processed the scene. As the cause of death is unknown, the medical examiner's office will be completing a full toxicology report. And then this is signed by the officer, Gabrielle Thompson. Okay. Here we've got a map of the area. Let's see if we can get ourselves positioned here. Here's the campground right there. Bar Harbor, Maine to the southwest, Portland to the northwest, Canada border to the northeast, Jonesport, Inglesbury Point, southeast. Just if we want to situate this development, 500 acres, coastal Maine. So maybe around here. Does it say Inglesbury Point? 3 townships. But probably it's around here. Oh, there's Machias. Okay. All right, so a map that we'll make use of later. All right, so then we've got some, let's just skim through some of these. We'll go back to them, read them later. We've got witness statements. By a doctor. Last page of Arnold's notebook. Oh, what's happening? Oh, I wonder if it's getting confused about this. Last page of Arnold's notebook. We've got a campground map. We'll want to study that. An office layout map. So I love when there are maps in these games. It's fun to study them. All right. Here looks like a toxicology report. We'll look at that in a bit. Employee schedule, nice detailed fine-grained schedule for us to look at. We've got some text messages captured on his phone, our victim's phone. It's like 2 pages of them. We're going to go through all these in detail. We're just getting a feel for a lay of the land here. Note from Natalie to Michael. It looks like we've got shoe size list here. Employee parking passes. Inventory tracker. Glass cleaner, bleach, dish soap. Looks like maybe if there was some poison involved, they're tracking that material. We've got contents of a file folder on a computer. Officer was able to access Arnold's work computer, screenshot of what was open on his computer when he locked it and left Thursday afternoon. Here's another Sheriff Department witness statement. Employee clock in and clock out. Firewood locker found on campground office laptop. Photo taker unknown. Looks like maybe someone is stealing firewood. So someone took a picture with footprints. Police interview. Police interview. Police interview. Looks like the police interviewed all of the suspects. So this is a mechanic sometimes seen in these mystery suspect games where each suspect got interviewed and you have to read those carefully and look for contradictions and lies and stuff like that. Okay, so fairly straightforward, some good stuff, some narrative reading. All right, we're going to put the suspect list at the bottom. We'll read that after we figured out why we should care about certain people. So far, I'm liking what I see. I'm engaged. I want to solve this case. I'm trying to remember, though, that we're just trying to find the cause of death at this point. And then we'll get more evidence. All right. Let's put our maps up here aside for us to study when we need to. So I'm putting the campground map up here, and then there was an office map. We'll put that. All right, so the maps are up to this side here. Let's see if we can find the reports from people. What is this? Annual toxic chemical attestation. As an employee, you have the right to know what toxic chemicals are in use at your workplace. As part of the annual chemical safety check, please review the following. Arsenic, commonly found in, does it have a taste or smell? Sorry, you want to see this too, I'm sure. So it looks like this would be something that a workplace would prepare. Indeed, Arnold Harris is the first signature, but other workers have signed off as well. It's sort of a safety report. They're saying here are the common poisonous chemicals in the workplace and what symptoms would be if someone got poisoned from them. As a part of an effort to stay safe, this would be a good list to have. Methanol, lamp oils, ethylene, sodium hypochlorite. Where it would be found, what symptoms would be if someone was poisoned. Okay. And these people know about these facts. So Lily, Matthew, Natalie, and Robert also all know that if you take methanol, symptoms occur within 48 hours, difficulty breathing, confusion, headache, abdominal pain, nausea, etc. So we might look, if we think there's poison, which one caused nausea and vomiting. Arsenic does. Lamp oils do. Methanol does. Ethylene glycol does. Sodium hypochlorite and ammonia. So all of these poisons make you vomit. Not unsurprising. Not unsurprising that if you take poison, your stomach tries to get rid of it. Okay, but other symptoms might be unique. All right, we'll have Eusta come back. I think maybe the important thing here is who knew about these facts. These people knew about this. And we've got time of death. 10:16, the officer arrived and he was already dead. Okay, here's a witness statement taken by the sheriff department from Thomas Wellborn, who lives in Machias. 62 years old. I'm an orthopedic doctor here in Machias and have been in medicine for almost 30 years. Arnold Harris has been a patient here for the past 8 years. We weren't friends per se, but I'd say we got along pretty well. I mean, we're from the same generation. Mr. Harris had always been a friendly guy and he loved the outdoors. I remember he used to come in and tell me all about the hiking trips he did in Utah and California, and even some internationally. I never traveled much, so that all sounded exciting to me. A lot changed after the accident, however. Mr. Harris got into a serious car accident several years ago, and he hasn't really been the same since. After the accident, Mr. Harris suffered from severe mobility issues and chronic hip pain. The biggest concern I had, however, was with his moods. The mobility issues and chronic pain had prevented him from taking the trips he enjoyed and from taking care of the campgrounds the way I would imagine he wanted to. Ever since the accident, you could really see a decline in his attitude about everything. He no longer joked around like he used to and just generally seemed down. I tried to get him to talk to a therapist, but he said he didn't do that kind of stuff. He last came in for his regular 6-month appointment on June 12th, 2021. So July, August, September, 3 months before he was found dead. Mr. Harris's injuries were very severe, and it was unlikely that his mobility would ever get back to the way it was before the accident. We were, however, trying to minimize his pain as much as possible. We had been experimenting with different rehabilitation and stretching programs, so I'd asked him to track his pain in a journal. Recently, he had been seeing good progress. His chronic hip pain had been reduced to flare-ups occurring only once every few days. His mobility, as expected, had still been an issue, however, preventing him from moving around or doing any physical activity well. If there's anything else I can do to help, please don't hesitate to reach out. Okay, Thomas Wellborn. And Gabrielle looks like she's in charge of this case. Here's Arnold's notebook. We just read how he was at the therapist, the orthopedic person, told him to track his pain level. So let's see what he's got. August 23rd. August 23rd, no pain. 24th, no pain. 25th, severe hip pain throughout the day. 26th, no pain. Mild hip pain all day, no pain. Stomach pain and vomiting began around dinner time. So he's already vomiting on August 30th. August 31st, no pain. September 1st, mild pain in the morning, went away in afternoon, no pain. Stomach pain in the evening. Hip really hurting all day. 9/5, no pain. 9/6, no pain. 9/7, bad stomach pain and vomiting around dinner time again. So he's got 2 periods of stomach pain and vomiting around dinner time. 8:30, and then a week later, 8 days later, vomiting again at dinner time. Then on the 8th, no pain. So no pain, vomiting, no pain. No pain, vomiting, no pain. And then 3 days later, he's dead. Is he being poisoned? Okay, well, I've got an employee schedule. This Bemonite says, which one causes bruises? I'm guessing the bruises aren't caused by any poison, but we could look and let's see. Arsenic causes red swollen skin. Yellow skin, sordid speech, bluish lips and fingernails. None of them cause bruising. He's going to get that bruising maybe from falling down or defending himself. Okay, employee schedule, not really useful to us until we know what time frame we should be looking for someone who may have killed him. And remember, at first, we're just interested in cause of death. Okay, we've got 2 pages of text messages. Let's try to be organized here. Let's see if we can make some sense out of these. All right, here's Lily Rogers at 10:07 a.m. Tuesday, 31st of August. This is a message that came in at, looks like, I need my glasses for this. Does that say 8 or 6? 6:35 a.m. Tuesday, 31st of August. So 12 days or so before the death. Hi, Lily. I took some photos with the office camera at the end of the day yesterday. When you get in this morning, can you send me over the last 3? Office camera. You took some photos at the end of the day yesterday. When you get in this morning, can you send me over the last 3? Sure thing. I'll send over once I get in. I just emailed them over to you. Thanks. Okay, 7 September, a week later. Hi, Arnold. I hate to ask this, but will we be getting the checks this week? He says, yes, they'll be ready Thursday morning, but they'll be short again. Okay, I'll make it up. I just can't right now. So this is all conversations with Arnold. Hi, Arnold. Wanted to see if you made it home okay. You're probably sleeping by now, but I hope you feel better. Okay, this is 9 of September. Let's look at his thing again. 9 of September 7th, he's got bad stomach ache, which is this day here. September 7th. She's asking, are we going to get paid? And he says, yeah, the checks are going to come in, but they're not going to be your full amounts owed. And then on the 9th, she says, wanted to know if he made it home okay. We don't know how he was feeling on the 9th, but presumably he wasn't feeling sorry. I needed to move this over. So here was the second set of messages on the 7th. Will we be getting checks? He says, yeah, they'll be short. And then the last message on this page is on the 9th. She's asking if he made it home okay. Presumably he wasn't feeling well on the 9th either. We might want to add information here that like 9/9 feeling bad according to the SMS message. If that's important that we track when he's feeling bad. It seems like on the 9th he was feeling bad too. All right, let's continue here. So here's a conversation with Michael Harris. On the 1st of September, he says, any updates? Green is going to be Arnold, I'm guessing. Oh, yeah, these are all conversations on Arnold's phone. So here's Arnold's in green having a conversation now with his son, Michael. And who was he having a conversation here with? Willie Rogers. That's going to be one of the employees, presumably. Willie Rogers is one of the employees. Okay. So here he is with his son. Son says, any updates? He says, I'm working on it. Michael says, I need to know ASAP. I'm working on it. Everything will be fine. Dad, you said that before and look how things turned out. Your finances are a mess. You made me get a second mortgage on my house. You said you'd turn things around. Now I'm underwater and I'm going to lose my house. Tina's going to kill me if she finds out how much I lent you. I see. So the son lent him a lot of money. Continuing Wednesday, 1st of September. He says, everything will be fine. Trust me. I don't think it will be this time. I should never have trusted you. You were never good with money. Arnold says, look, I met with Dave yesterday. He's going to help us figure this out. You need to pay me back. If I don't get that money back soon, I'm dead. My house is gone. I'm sure Tina will leave me. Arnold says, I'll do what I can. Okay, 3 days later, September 4th. Michael says, I stopped in yesterday and talked to Natalie. You must have been out doing your rounds. 35% for this year? Why didn't you tell me? That's way worse than I thought. Arnold says, it's not your campground. Yeah, but it's my money, which is even worse. And why did you ask Lily to come in? You should be reducing employee hours, not maximizing them. Continue on that conversation. It says, I haven't been feeling good lately. I needed her help. Fine. I'm coming by on Tuesday. We can talk more then. Okay, he's coming by on Tuesday, September 6th. Let's just make a little note in case that's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Sorry, coming by on Tuesday. If today is Saturday the 4th, that would make it Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and 3 days. So Michael coming September 7th. So if we're paying attention to when he was feeling sick, the 7th is one of those days when he was vomiting. And that's when Michael was coming, if that's relevant for us. All right, let's keep going. Here's a letter from Natalie to Michael. Here's the info you asked for. EMLC bookings, June, July, and August. 2015, 33%, 33%, 34%, 37%, 34, 64, 35. Are those, oh, those are 90s. So in 2050, they were booking 93%, 93%, 94%, 97%. That looks like 90 something. Then it dropped down to 60s, and then wow, all the way down to the 35%. That's what he's complaining about in his email. He says 35% for this year. So wow, bookings really dropped off a cliff. Natalie. So is Natalie going to be another one of the workers, presumably? Where's our worker list? We may need to put that aside where we can reference it more easily. All right, so we've got Lily. We saw conversations from Lily. Where's Natalie? There's Natalie Davis. Okay, so that's who provided. I'm going to put the employee schedule up here where we can reference it. Okay, so just in the last year, things have been really bad. And we know Michael was interested in it. All right, maybe we could take a look at these people as we visit them. So there's Michael. We saw his text messages, and we know he lent his father a lot of money, including mortgage on his house. There's Natalie. Quite fetching. She's got some attractive people working here at this campground. Natalie is an employee for 12 years. She's the one who sent Michael the figures he asked for. And here's Lily, the person who he asked to come in late and who Michael was saying he needs to reduce her hours, not increase them. We haven't met Matthew, Rich, or Robert Campbell yet. Guess I'll put that up there for us to refer to. All right, let's continue here. We've got is there anything we've skipped here yet? No, everything here we've been through. Okay. Footwear requirements, March 1st, so 6 months or so before the death. Due to the physical and outdoor nature of the job, East Mountain Lake Campground employees are required to wear hiking work boots at all times. Steel toe is not required. Because of this requirement, the company will purchase all employees one pair each year up to $125. Please list your preferred boots below so they can be ordered as soon as possible. Mine has been included first as an example. So Arnold wears Timberland boots. The Denali hiking Model, size 10, medium, price 115. Okay, so we've got Lily's shoe, 7 woman's. Robert also wears Timberland 11. Matt wears an 11 Keen. And Natalie wears an 8 in the woman's size. And here are the dates they filled these out. So there's Robert Campbell and Matthew Dewey. So let's look at, here's Robert Campbell. So we now know his shoe size. And his car, he's got a background of arrest, disorderly conduct, and drug possession. Let's see, Natalie, we didn't look at this before, but she's got 2 DUIs. Lily was arrested for theft in 2020, last year. Matthew has no criminal arrests, has only been working 3 years. Lily only for 1 year. And she's been arrested already a year? That's not the person I'd want running my front office in charge of money. But all right. All right, shoe size is not relevant for us yet, but very well might be. Okay, employee parking passes. So, what have we got here? Why are some crossed off? So Arnold has a work truck. We've got the license plate and the model. Robert has the same exact truck with a different year and plate number. No parking pass. I'm not sure what this is. Why would it be on this list if they don't have a parking pass? And Robert Campbell looks like that's his old car. He used to have a 2003 Ford F-150. He upgraded to a 2020, changed his plates. Lily Rogers also has a Ford F-150. Boy, they all have this F-150. Here's Robert. Using an employee vehicle, an F-150 with a parking pass with a different plate. So Robert is driving two different F-150s, all different years. Okay, different plates. Matthew's driving an employee vehicle, a Honda CR-V. Arnold has another work vehicle. And Natalie has a work vehicle. Interesting. And then maybe they got rid of this work vehicle, this Toyota Corolla, back in 2005. Okay. Let's look at this for a second and match it up. Is this the photo of firewood walker found on campground office laptop? So is this the photo that was mentioned here? He says, I took some photos with the office camera at the end of the day yesterday. Can you send me the last 3? That was on August 21st. Let me just put this back where I found it. So on August 21st, is that this photo here? 0318, this looks like a different photo, March 18th, it looks like. No year though? Photo of firewood walker found on campground office laptop. Okay, we don't know exactly when this is, or this suggests, sorry. Oh, what is it getting confused about? Huh. Oh, it's because of these markers are still visible. Okay. Sorry about that, but we can take a closer look here. So, looks to me like this is March 18th, and someone was interested in the footprints. So this doesn't look like it's the photos mentioned in the SMS message, but we don't know why that's relevant. Okay, inventory tracking. What have we got here? Glass cleaner, bleach, dish soap. What does that say? Antifreeze, wiper fluid, shovels, baking soda, toilet paper, paper towel, bundles, weed killer, tiki torch, fuel, paint, scrub brush, rubber glove, boxes, white vinegar. How many are remaining? When was it checked? So AH, who's our AH? Why did I file away my employee records? AH is going to be Arnold Harris. So he did inventory every once in a while. On August 9th at 10:45 a.m., here's how many are remaining. So a week later, they've used up 1 bottle of glass cleaner, 1 bottle of bleach, 2 bottles of dish soap, etc., etc., etc. So you might, and then it looks like they restocked here because now they've got 2 remaining. So we might use this at some point to see if there's a poison like the weed killer. Look, weed killer, they've got 4, 4, 4. All of a sudden they've dropped to 3. So somewhere between here and here, August 13th and August 30th, they used a box of weed killer. So if we think there's some poisoning, maybe this will help us figure out when it disappeared. If we know he got killed with antifreeze, we can see they bought new antifreeze, but somewhere between 8:23 and 8:30, they used a bottle of antifreeze. Okay, we'll worry about that once we figure out how they were poisoned. All right, what have we got here? Officer Wright was able to access Arnold's work computer. This is a screenshot of what was left open on his computer when he locked it and left Thursday afternoon. Presumably the day of his death. Okay, let's see what we've got here. I'm having a little bit of hard time reading this. Okay, so balance sheet. So it looks like finances. These look like Excel documents that he's looking at. Balance sheet, budget, cash flow, profit and loss, and then a photo. Date taken September 7th. So that day when he was feeling sick, he took a photo. DSC 0331. Maybe that isn't the date on that photo. Maybe it's simply a number. Where is that photo? So there's our photo. It says 0318. Okay, so look. These photos on this side of the page are 321, 325, 326, taken on 9/3, 9/8, 9/3. So it looks like it's just numbering the photos. So all we really know from this photo, 318, is it was taken a little bit before some of these others, so that's not a date, and in fact we could probably guess around what date it was taken. But let's continue looking here. So financial reports, employee expenditures, all on September 8th and 9th. Okay. Next page here of files. What have we got? Bathroom electrical fix estimate. These look like a little bit earlier. And then he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 photos. The lowest numbered of which is 0321. Remember, this is 0318. So 0321 was taken on 8/31. So you might imagine that this photo was probably taken sometime near the end of August, before 8/31. That's all we really know. But this is probably a photo taken around 8:30 or so. Well, Could be significantly before that. We don't know. But okay, so he's got a bunch of photos. Do these match the date of the SMS message when he asked her to send them his photos? I took some photos, and this is on 31st of August. Yes. So there are the photos he was talking about. He said, send me the last 3 on 8/31. So here's one of them, 3/21. So if 3/21 was on August 31st, then you might imagine this is part of that last sequence. 3/18, 3/19, 3/20. Oh, the last 3 would be 3/21, 3/20, 3/19. So these seem like they might have been the photos that he took on August 31st that he asked her to put on his computer. And then he's got some photos on September 3rd, and then some on September 8th. These are all in a folder called Maintenance Items to Review. And he's got inventory purchase request, invoice, annual boat ramp inspection, maintenance costs for August, maintenance log, a quote for kayak repair. The only real thing that jumps out to me about this is it helping us identify that this photo was probably taken at the end of August. Probably taken on August 31st, in fact, probably part of that sequence that he took on August 31st. What was open when he looked at it and left? Okay. Let's take a look. He first got sick on the 30th of August, says Jonathan. Jonathan is still with us. Let's see what our list tells us. Maybe we should keep this handy. August 30th, stomach pain and vomiting began around dinner time. Yes. So he got sick, started vomiting, and then he started taking photographs. Maybe he suspected something had gone wrong, and maybe he suspected he was being poisoned. I'm going to leave this out as well. All right. Let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and continue. So far, so good. I'm curious when we're going to get some hard evidence about whether he was poisoned and by what. Hopefully the toxicology report will come soon. All right. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's read another witness statement. This one's from Lindy Wallace, 40 years old, 1568 East River Road. My name is Cindy Wallace, or Windy Wallace. I live in Portland and have loved camping my entire life. I've been to East Mountain Lake Campground a few times before, but this will probably be my last. It's a shame, but it's just gotten so run down. The paths are so overgrown, both my kids got covered in ticks every time we walked to the showers. It used to be such a nice place. On top of that, the staff could not be more unprofessional. The last time I was there, I overheard 2 employees arguing, and it was heated. They must not have known I was right nearby, or maybe they didn't even care. This was on Tuesday, September 7th. I want to say around 3 or 4 p.m. I was walking along one of those overgrown paths, trying not to get bugs all over me, and I heard shouting, muffled shouting, but still shouting nonetheless. I peeked through the overgrowth, and I couldn't make them out perfectly, but I saw 2 men arguing. One guy was very tall, maybe in his 20s or 30s, and the other guy was older, maybe 50s or 60s. The older man had glasses, I think. Anyway, I couldn't make out everything, but I distinctly remember the older man saying, "I can't believe I caught you doing this again. I told you what would happen if you kept doing this. Remember what happened a few years ago?" The younger guy sounded super angry and said, "I still can't believe you did that. This time you're not going to say anything. If you do anything to me, I can guarantee you're done." Wish I could have heard more, but I left after that because I didn't want them to see me. The next week, I saw in the newspaper that the owner of that campground had died, so I immediately recognized him as the older man I had overheard. I don't know what they were talking about, but you need to find out who that other person was. He must have had something to do with the owner's death. Okay, this is Cindy. So she heard an argument on September 7th, which you'll remember is a date when he had bad vomiting and sickness. Okay, he's the older man in his 50s or 60s with glasses. Now, who is the younger man? What's the description? Tuesday, September 7th, 3 or 4 p.m., okay. One guy was very tall in his 20s or 30s. Let's take a look at these employees. Michael Harris is 5'10" in his 30s. Robert Campbell is huge, 6'4" in his 20s. Matthew Dewey looks a little old, although he's tall, 6'3". And Rich Smith is on the high end of this scale. So if you had to guess, you'd probably guess it was Robert Campbell or Michael Harris. One guy was very tall. That's probably not 5'10". You wouldn't remark that a man who's 5'10" was very tall, but this you certainly would. So was he arguing with Robert Campbell? Robert Campbell was arrested for drug possession in 2018. He's been working there for 8 years, so that would mean he was working when he was convicted of drug possession. So that could very well be what they were talking about. The other way we might track down who this was is with an employee timesheet, which we have here. Here's employee clock in and clock out from the week of September 5th to the 11th. So if we look at September 7th, she says September 7th, 3 or 4 p.m. So what have we got here? Robert Campbell checked in at 8:42 and out at 5:01. So he was absolutely working that day on site during that time. Matthew Dewey was gone by 3. Here's Arnold Harris. They both clocked out at the same time. Lily and Natalie were also working. So there only looks like 3 men working, Matthew, Robert, and Arnold. And Matthew was gone by 3 p.m. And Matthew is also too old to match the description. So this seems to confirm that the person that she overheard Arnold arguing with is Robert Campbell. Now, let's see. Let's go back to this argument for a second. She says she couldn't make out everything. The older man is saying, "I can't believe I caught you doing this again," maybe using drugs. "I told you what would happen if you kept doing this. Remember what happened a few years ago?" That would seem to possibly match his 3-year ago drug possession conviction. The younger guy's angry. He says, "I can't believe you did that," maybe meaning turn me in. "This time you're not going to say anything. If you do anything to me, I can guarantee you're done." Okay. That sounds very consistent with a thing about drugs. Whether that would be motive for murder could be a little thin, though. All right, and then the rest of our evidence is all interviews with our suspects. So before we start going through the interviews, it's interesting that we still do not have a good idea of how he died. I guess it's feeling a lot like poison given his vomiting. Let's see about this. Actually, let's linger on this a little bit because this has our actual date of death. So on the date of his death, what is our statement actually from the police? On 11 September at 10:16 a.m., Arnold's dead. So he's dead on the morning of September 11th. So let's look at this now. By 10 a.m. he's dead. Now, let's remind ourselves, is he dead? Is he living at his home found by his sister? How close is his home? Is he living on the campground? Is he living on the campground? Left work early 2 days prior on September 9th. So it doesn't sound like he's living on the campground. Though I don't know where he lives relative to where the campground is. Do we have his house somewhere? Columbia Falls is home on the morning of left work early. I'd like to find out where his house is relative to this. What's the police statement say? Dispatched to 34 Concord Avenue. Okay. Do we see Concord Avenue anywhere? Route 1, Marsville Road, East Side Road, no Concord Road. All right, but let's assume then that he lives far enough away from here that someone on site might not have. Well, we also don't know exactly when he died. We know when he was pronounced, but not when he died. Why don't we have a toxicology report and autopsy? That's a little bit troubling. All right, well, if he was killed shortly before he was found dead, then that might suggest these people who were at work that day didn't do it. Or it might suggest that he was poisoned the night before. We just don't know that information. However, what we might consider thinking about is we've got him with vomiting on August 30th, September 7th, September 9th, the person says you're feeling bad, and then presumably on 9, 10, 9, 11. Let's look at who was working, if there's one person working all of those days. So we don't have their August 30th date, but we do have 7th and 9th. So here's the 7th, whole bunch of people working on the 7th. Here's the 9th, Arnold's working both of those days. Who do we have in common? Matthew Dewey was working both days, Robert Campbell was working both days, and Lily Rogers were working both days. So if he's being poisoned actively on those days, you might guess that our prime suspects might be one of those three, Matthew, Robert, or Lily. And Matthew's checking out early. Let's see, Matthew checks out at 3, and Arnold doesn't check out? What does that mean? He left, he was so sick he left, he didn't even bother to check out. But her SMS message seemed like, well, that's an interesting question. Let's look at that. That's actually quite interesting. When did she send that? Oh, looks like we've got some other employee schedule. Okay, good. Let's put that aside. All right, let's take a look at this for a second. So on September, oh, that's the one that says when he's coming. Okay, so Arnold, at 5:54 p.m., she says on September 9th, wanted to see if you made it home okay. You're probably sleeping by now, but I hope you feel better. So at 5:54, she says, I want to make sure you made it home okay. So obviously he left for home before 5:54, 5:03 p.m. So I guess that still makes it possible. And is that really that's writing? Yeah, so she's still at work till 9. 5:54 on the 9th, she mails him and says, want to make sure you're okay. So I guess he could have gotten poisoned by Matthew Dewey, who left at 3 p.m. Took him a little while to get sick. But if you had to pick one person, boy, Robert Campbell does look like a good suspect. And here is our employee schedule for August. So what he was feeling sick on August 30th. Let's take a look at August 30th. Stomach pain and vomiting began around dinner time. So he worked till 5 p.m. That was his pattern on Monday. He worked every day till 5 p.m. Okay. So you might presume that he went home at 5 p.m. So who was working with him on Monday? Here's Robert Campbell again. Natalie. Matthew again, who works till 3 p.m. and Lily. So here are the same gang of people. Robert Campbell, Matthew Dewey. Only Robert Campbell was the one arguing with him, though. Robert Campbell does maintenance around the place. Everyone else works in the office. And then Robert has off on the 11th. Okay. Anything fishy about their checking in and checking out? Let's just take a look at this. On the 7th, Robert's supposed to work from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. and he gets in a little early. He gets in quite a bit early, actually. But it looks like he always arrives early for work. Like everyone else is arriving 3 minutes early, 2 minutes before their start time. He's coming in 20 minutes before start time. 15 minutes before start. 15 minutes before his start. 15 minutes before the start. I don't know why he's coming in so early. And he's leaving right on time. What about Matthew? Matthew's supposed to work. He's working from 7 to 3. And that is when he's supposed to be working, 7 to 3. That's his normal time, so that looks consistent. It's interesting that Robert's getting there early. September 9th, Lily arrives at 2 p.m. to 9. That's what she's supposed to be working. Everyone seems to be arriving and working about when they're supposed to. They're all working 8-hour shifts. Except here's a 5-hour shift from Lily on the 8th. Is that what she was supposed to be doing? On the 8th, Lily was supposed to work a 5-hour shift, so that's right. 4 p.m. to 9. Here's a 6-hour shift, Lily. Looks like Lily sometimes works odd number of hours. September 11th. Lily was supposed to work from noon to 6, and she did. 7 to 3, he did. 1 to 9, he did. Everyone's showing up and working what they were supposed to. Okay. Before we read the interviews, let's look at some of these other stuff. I see we have a little spammer in the channel. If someone is here with the ability to ban that spammer, please do. Otherwise, I will have to do it. I guess I'll do it. Just give me a second here. Oh, Jonathan got it. Jonathan got it. Thank you, Jonathan. All right. Let's take a look at this campground map in case it's important. So firewood, employee check-in and check-out, Arnold's office, keys, bathroom, snacks, front entrance, supply shed. And our photo that we know Arnold was interested in taking. What does it say? Photo of firewood locker. Where do you think the firewood locker is? Is it the firewood for sale? Let's see if this map helps us at all. So we've got RV tents, a bathroom. This looks like the main office here. Yeah, that's their main office. Firewood for sale outside it. Dumpsters. It's got an area of the campground for RVs, an area for RV only, RV and tent, RV only. Kayaks. More RVs and tents and bathrooms. This is a shower. These are for motorcyclists. And then the trails. So this is where she heard someone. Remember, the witness heard someone arguing here. Check in, check out, office hours. All right, not very useful information. Kind of fun to have a lay of the land, but not very useful to us. John says, you're welcome. I think I'm heading out. Seems like a solid case. Good luck. Hope you don't have too many issues with spammers. That's okay. I can ban the spammers. Thanks for coming by, though, Jonathan. All right, so I'm still not exactly sure where the firewood locker is. If you had to guess, you might guess it was this firewood pile. Firewood for sale. So maybe this is the area. It looks like there might be actually a combination lock on there. Looks to me like it's locked. And maybe with a combination lock. Yeah, look at that. This plugin works pretty well, I gotta say. Okay. So why was he interested in that? We don't know. We do have footprints. We know what shoes people wear, but we don't know how to get footprints. But don't forget, we've got 2 envelopes of extra information which are going to get opened at some point. All right, but otherwise that map doesn't really help us. Then we've got a map here. All right, that's the office again. Again, doesn't seem to be of any help to us, especially in terms of figuring out how he was killed, which is what we're charged with. Interesting. All right, I guess it's time to go through these interviews, and hopefully from these interviews, I'm sort of surprised that we don't have a toxicology report. If anything is going to give us toxicology, maybe it'll be this. And maybe we need to go re-look at those chemicals again to see which symptoms. I guess he's got abdominal pain. Let's take a look at those symptoms again. Okay, let's take a look before we read the interviews. Let's take a look at here. So 9/7 and 8/30. These are both days. It's interesting that he seems to have gotten sick on days right after, on the days that he did inventory. He did inventory on the 30th, and then on the 7th, both these days he got sick. He did these every week, though, very regularly. 8/9, 8/16, 8/23, 8/30, 9/7. The next one, though, doesn't match our date of death. That would have been on the 14th or so. All right, but it's odd that he's getting sick on these days of inventory. Is something making him sick when he does inventory? All right, well, let's look. What is getting used? That might be poisonous. Antifreeze got used. Weed killer got used. Both of those got used. By the time it was the 30th, we had lost a bottle of weed killer and a bottle of antifreeze. Tiki torch fuel got refilled. Rubber glove boxes. Wow, they're going through a lot of rubber gloves. All right, let's look here again. Let's see if anything jumps out at us. Vomiting around dinner time and stomach pain. Bad stomach pain and vomiting around dinner time. Always around dinner time. But dinner time almost sounds like, yeah, when he left for work at 5 p.m., 5 or 6 p.m. So that sounds like when he left for work, he was getting sick. All right, so let's look. Arsenic within 2 hours of ingestion. Lamp oils, 2 hours of ingestion, bitter taste. So maybe he would notice that if he had something with bitter taste. Arsenic has no smell or taste. 2 hours within 2 hours, found in weed killer. Found in weed killer, no smell or taste within 2 hours. Let's see, red swollen skin, abdominal pain, abnormal heart rhythm, muscle cramps, tingling of fingers and toes, death. He doesn't mention any tingling of toes or heart issues. Wouldn't you mention that if you were suffering from that? Let's continue down now. Difficulty breathing, throat swelling. He didn't complain of that. Windshield wiper fluid. No taste or slightly sweet. 4 to 8 hours after ingestion. Difficulty breathing, confusion, headache, abdominal pain, jaundice, yellow skin. Seizures, coma, blurred vision, blindness. Didn't complain of any of that. Okay, here's antifreeze. No smell or slightly sweet. Symptoms within 2 to 4 hours. Difficulty breathing, headache, euphoria, nausea, vomiting, seizure, slurred or jumbled speech, jaundice, abdominal pain, kidney failure, death. He didn't mention any of those symptoms. Sodium hypochlorite is in bleach. Tastes like chlorine, burns the mouth, so he would surely complain if he was drinking that. Ammonia in glass cleaner. Soapy taste. Usually begins immediately after indigestion, so I think that rules that out. So I think if he doesn't know he's being poisoned, it feels like it should be something with no taste. So that would give us ethyl glycol, methanol, or arsenic. They're all delayed between 2 to 8 hours, so that's all compatible. They all have symptoms that seems like he would report, though. Swollen skin, abdominal pain, diarrhea, abnormal heart, muscle cramps, tingling of fingers and toes. It's weird that he wouldn't complain of that. But maybe if it's small enough amount, those wouldn't trigger. 4 to 8 hours. Breathing, confusion, seizures, blurred visions, difficulty breathing, headache, euphoria, nausea. Yeah, it's weird that he didn't complain of anything other than stomach pain. Although maybe the euphoria is him saying he's got no pain. Okay, if these three are our three candidates because they have no taste. Let's just put marks here for a second. So arsenic has no taste. Methanol has no taste. And ethyl glycol has no taste. And those are all compatible with our delay. If we look at the inventory, which one of those is missing? Rat poison, insecticides, and weed killer. So we've got our weed killer. This was being used. Okay, what about windshield wiper fluid and different fuels? So glass cleaner, wiper fluid. Wiper fluid was also being used. And then brake fluid, antifreeze, and paint. Okay, well, surely you'd know if you were being fed paint. But pure antifreeze, if it tastes sweet, that was also being used. So all three of these have no taste. They're all missing from the inventory a little bit by the 30th. So they all seem reasonable candidates. I don't know how we're supposed to... I don't know how this really helps us. Just seems to confirm that they had access to all three of these things. All three of these poisons people had access to. What exactly are we supposed to solve? Determine specific cause of death. If he was poisoned with what? So we have to figure out what specific poison he might have been poisoned with. And all we've got left are the interviews. All right, well, let's go through them. Police interview September 12th, 2021 at 4:32 p.m. Deputy Sheriff Gabrielle Thompson is doing all the interviewing. She's in charge of this case. Here's Michael Harris being interviewed, the son. Mr. Harris, thanks for coming in. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. And you can call me Michael. Okay, Michael, we just want to ask you a few questions and find out a little bit more about your father. Yes, of course. Let's see if I can use this system. Can you tell me a little bit about your relationship with your father? Were you close? Whoops, that's not going to work. Let's see, do I do it this way? The plugin has a way of saying, yeah, that's not what we want. I have to do it this way if I want to limit it. Can you tell me a little bit about your relationship with your father? Were you close? Well, we saw each other often. I can tell you that. My mom left when I was young, and it was just me and my dad. So we spent a lot of time together. Let's go all the way down here. What was he like? Oh, he was a proud man. He spent time in the military after high school, and I think that the experience carried over into the rest of his life. He took pride in being able to take care of me and his business all on his own. But that self-reliance was also his weakness. He never liked to share his problems. Tell me a little bit more about that. Sure. Well, my dad owned the East Mountain Lake Campground for more than 25 years. I remember growing up spending most of my afternoons and weekends there. When he first got it, the place was a mess, but he fixed it up to be a great local camping spot. Campers loved it, and it was nearly fully booked year after year. My dad was always very hands-on on the property, and he took pride in maintaining the place. But then, about 3 years ago, he got into a serious car accident. He was heading north on Route 1 to visit a friend in Machias when a drunk driver went through a red light and smashed the side of my dad's car. His car flipped over twice and ended up in a ditch on the side of the road. It was a few months before my dad could walk on his own again. Ever since then, he suffered from chronic hip pain that made it difficult for him to move around well. And since he couldn't move around well, he had not been able to maintain the campground nearly as well as he used to. Like I said, he's very prideful. Some might say stubborn, so he refused to hire additional staff, even when he needed it. The past few seasons, the state of the campground has really gone down, which has led to a sharp decrease in bookings. Less bookings meant less money, and that's something he should have managed better. I mean, there were a few times this year when he wasn't able to pay his employees. That can't happen. Tell me more about these financial problems. Well, it wasn't good. He definitely had some reasons to be concerned. The decrease in bookings nearly killed him. Really killed him. In addition to not paying employees, he also owes back taxes to the government. I don't know what he was thinking. He should have just hired additional help when he got hurt. Then none of this would have happened. What do you mean none of this would have happened? I mean he wouldn't have been in such financial trouble. I see. Now, can you tell me where you were on September 9th? That was when our guy got sick and went home. Me? I was camping with my family in Portland. The kids' school was having construction done, so the first day isn't until tomorrow, actually. Me, I was camping with my family in Portland. The kids' school was having construction done, so the first day isn't until tomorrow, actually. He's saying his kids didn't have to go to work yet. I just wanted to do one last trip before summer ended. We went down early in the morning on the 9th and didn't get back until late yesterday. Thank you. That's all I have for now. We'll be in touch if I have any more questions. Okay, so he's saying they went down on the morning of the 9th, didn't get back until late yesterday. So what we would want to look at is if anything proves him wrong. We don't have him arguing or anything. Let's see if he was scheduled for anything. He's not a worker, so I guess he's not on the schedule. And he's not an employee, so he's not checked in or out. And we don't have a car check in or out, but we do have text messages from Michael. Let's see if what he's saying is consistent with that. Where's his text messages? And then computer documents don't help us much. Okay, let's look for his text messages and just make sure if he's saying anything inconsistent with his text messages. Put this map with the map. Okay, here's our text messages from Michael. So Michael is texting up until the 4th. I'm coming by on Tuesday, which is September 7th. So where were you on the 9th? I don't know why they're asking about the 9th, but we don't hear anything from Michael after the 7th when he said he was coming in. So that's not inconsistent with what he's saying. Okay. Let's look at our next interview here. That was Michael. Natalie Davis. So that was Michael we just interviewed. No criminal arrests. Now we're talking to Natalie, the DUI person. Remember, he got hit by a DUI driver. But she's been working there for 12 years. Okay, let's see what Natalie has to say. Oh, Mrs. Davis, thanks for coming in. Natalie says, yes, of course. As you may be aware, Arnold Harris was found dead in his home a couple of days ago. It's still early on in the investigation, but we're trying to get a better understanding of Mr. Harris's day-to-day life. I'm hoping you can help us out. Yes, anything I can do to help. Thank you. Now, how long have you been working for Mr. Harris? Oh, it feels like I just started yesterday, but it's actually been about 12 years. Mr. Harris was friends with my dad, who has since passed, and offered me a job right after I graduated high school. I've been there ever since. And what do you do at the campground? East Mountain Lake, is it? Yes. Well, I work in the campground office most of the time, manually checking in campers, helping them get firewood, and answering any questions they may have. How many employees work there now? Oh, not including Arnold, there are 4 of us. Me, Robert, Lily, and Matt. And can you tell me a little bit about Mr. Harris? What did his normal day look like? Did you normally work alongside him? Well, having worked with him for the past 12 years, I'd say I knew his schedule very well. He'd always work the same hours, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, except for holidays. I used to work there those same hours, But recently I've been doing the evening shift, which is 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. On a normal day, Arnold would get in right at 9 a.m. He'd open up the office first thing, take a drive around the campground, and then settle back in at his desk and do some paperwork and make some calls. After lunch, he'd usually go out for another drive, or sometimes a walk if he was feeling good around the property. If he's poisoned during his lunch and is not getting sick, let's see. If she says he'd get in at 9 a.m., take a drive, settle in at your desk. After lunch, he'd casually go out for another drive or sometimes a walk if he was feeling good. So let's just think for a second. If he's getting poisoned at lunch, let's say noon or 1 p.m., but not getting sick until dinner after he's but not after he's left, because we know he was feeling ill and left for work early at 5, but that would be a 4-hour time frame. And if we look at our poisons, if that was the case, these 2-hour poisons would not be right. That would rule out arsenic. In other words, I'm not saying we have evidence that he's getting poisoned at lunch, but if he's eating something and getting poisoned at lunch, arsenic would trigger much sooner. He'd be getting sick by 3 p.m. And we know he's not getting sick until like 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. So that makes methanol or ethyl glycol more likely. And oh yeah, they both cause abdominal pain. No taste, slightly sweet. No taste, slightly sweet. Windshield wiper fluid, hydraulic brake fluid, and antifreeze. So that might limit us to these two. All right, let's continue. How would you say your relationship with Arnold was? Hey, why isn't it adjusting? How would you say your relationship with Arnold was? Oh, good, I think. We used to be very friendly, but these past 2 or 3 years, he's gotten very grumpy and standoffish. I try not to do anything that might irritate him. And in the past few weeks, have you noticed anything suspicious? Well, what do you mean by that? Well, anything out of the ordinary when it comes to Arnold at the office, or his behavior, or anything like that? He seemed stressed, but that wasn't too out of the ordinary, I suppose. Like I mentioned before, he tended to be extra grumpy on the days that his hip was hurting. I did overhear one phone conversation he had recently that seemed a bit concerning. It's somewhat well known that around the office that Robert has had issues with drugs before. A few years ago, he was even arrested for dealing. So a week or so ago, I heard Arnold talking on the phone in his office, possibly with his sister. And Robert's name came up. I couldn't hear most of what he was saying, but I did hear him mention that he's going to be forced to report him again. Okay, so confirming the argument we overheard, it sounds like he's discovered that Robert is using or dealing drugs again, and he's planning to report him, and Robert was not happy about that. There's Robert. Continuing her interview, the detective says, do you have any idea what that meant? Oh yeah, I think I do. Matt and I knew that Robert had been dealing again. I mean, he needed the money, and he didn't say anything. He'd been doing it for a few months now. My only guess is that Arnold caught him again. Caught him again? Yeah, a few years ago when Robert had been arrested, Arnold was actually the one to catch him dealing. I don't know what happened between them when Arnold caught him and when Robert was arrested, but one can only guess. Robert did 30 days in jail. For a second offense, he knew the punishment would be much worse. I'm sure he would have done anything he could to not have to face that. Thanks, Mrs. Davis. I think that's all we need right now. Okay, so we've got a big motive for Robert here because she's reminding us that second offense, he might be in jail significantly longer. Okay. However, this is important. Okay, this is very important. What I've just remembered is that our witness statement. So let's look at our witness statement. Our witness statement is the person who overheard arguing on the trail. Now, what is significant about this? This is Cindy Wallace. This is absolutely key piece of evidence. On September 7th, she hears them arguing. A heated argument. The old guy is saying, I can't believe I caught you doing this again. I told you what would happen if you kept doing this. Remember what happened a few years ago? The younger guy gets angry. So why is this so significant? Because what we're learning from this witness is that Arnold found out about the drug dealing on September 7. So if he's being poisoned and the poisoning started on August 30th, then it's not Robert. Because Robert would not have been poisoning him on August 30th. He had no reason. He hadn't been discovered yet. So that's actually super useful. So Robert seems to have very good motive, but does not match the facts of our case. Okay. Let's look at the interview with the sister, Elizabeth Dunn. Hello, Mrs. Dunn. Thanks for being here. Yes, of course. Crying. I'm sorry. I'm so upset. I completely understand. Would you mind telling me a little bit about your brother, Arnold? Yes, well, we were always very close. It was just us, no other siblings, and we were less than 3 years apart. So naturally, we spent a lot of time together. Growing up in Ellsworth, Arnold played a lot of sports. He didn't have a lot of friends, but he always found a way to keep himself busy. I remember one year, maybe when he was 13 or so, he built a canoe all by himself and rode it down the Pocatello River. That's just who he was. When he got older, nothing changed. So of course he'd buy a campground, doing what he loved, working right in the outdoors. And what was your relationship with Arnold like as an adult? Oh, good, very good. Definitely not as close as we were as children, but we still talked a lot. I live in Ellsworth, so it's tough for me to make it up this way too often. Maybe once or twice a month we'd do lunch or go for a hike. But we'd always talk on the phone at least once a week. Arnold made sure of that. And then she breaks down crying, the transcript says. I just can't believe it. I talked to him just a few days ago. I know this is tough, but can you tell me what happened on Saturday morning? This is when she finds the body. Okay, here we go. Sure, yeah, I'll try my best. The night before, my nephew Michael gave me a call saying he had been trying to reach out to Arnold, but he wasn't picking up. Arnold wasn't one to always answer his phone, but you could always guarantee he'd call you back within an hour. So when a whole day went by without hearing from him, Michael reached out to me. Michael said he was camping in the Portland area and wouldn't be home until late Saturday night. So he asked if I could reach out to his dad. I was worried because my brother had trouble getting around. Some days were worse than others, and I thought he could have fallen and gotten injured. It was late when Michael called, so I decided to drive up first thing the next morning. All right, so this is reminding us of a timeline that's quite important. According to Michael, Arnold's son, he had been trying to reach out to Arnold, but he wasn't picking up. The night before, he's asking about Saturday. So on Friday night, Michael called the sister saying he couldn't get in touch with Arnold. So presumably Arnold may have been dead since early Friday afternoon of the 10th. And do we have records showing on the 10th the last date we have is Arnold leaving on Thursday the 9th. So actually, he may have died the night of Thursday the 9th. And the bruises on his arm, the bruises on his arms, I wonder if they're just like lividity, or they're just, how blood pools when you die. I think he may have left work early on the 9th, and that may have been the last time anyone heard from him. So he might be dead on the night of the 9th, poisoned that afternoon. He rushes home. Lily messages him and says, "Did you get home okay? You're probably asleep by now." And then I think that's the last he's heard of. So he might be dead for a couple days by the time we get into Saturday morning. All right, let's go back to her statement. Asked if we could reach out to his dad. I was worried. Okay. She gave up. She decided to drive up. It was late when Michael called, so I decided to drive up first thing the next morning, Saturday morning. And what happened when you got there? As soon as I got to Arnold's house, I knew something was wrong. His car was parked half in the driveway and half in the grass. Several planters from his front porch had fallen onto the cement sidewalk and broken. Arnold was very meticulous. He would never let that happen. As I walked up to the front door, I was so scared of what I was going to find. I reached for my key, but the front door was already open slightly. I went inside, and it didn't take long before I found him, crying. He was lying face down in the living room floor. On the living room floor. I ran over and rolled him on his back. It was too late. I knew he was gone. He was still warm, but he wasn't breathing. And he just felt limp. There was no blood, so I don't know what happened. I immediately called the police. Okay, so on the morning of September 11, which we think, around 10 a.m., 9:30, he's still warm, body limp. So either rigor mortis hasn't set in yet, or it's set in and went away. I know that happens. I hope we get evidence from the coroner about this. I am very sorry. Can you tell me what it looked like when you got there? Was anything out of place? I don't think I can. I don't even want to think about it. Please, anything at all. Honestly, the inside of his house looked completely normal. I checked his phone and I saw missed calls going back to the 9th at 5:30 p.m. Okay, so there we go. There's our theory that on the 9th, 5:30 p.m. missed calls. There we go. There's our time of death. That corresponds to Lily messaging him saying, "Did you get home okay? I know you were feeling bad." Okay. The last text message was 4:05 p.m. that day. Hold on. The last text he sent, I say, not the last text he received. The last text he sent was 4:05 p.m. that day, but everything was misspelled. It was a text to his friend Don that was supposed to say, "Let's talk tomorrow." One thing I did remember was that Arnold had a Ring doorbell on his front door. I was able to pull up the video history. The last thing was Arnold getting home on Thursday at 3:48 p.m. I watched and was shocked. I have never seen Arnold in that condition before. On the screen, I could see him swerve into his driveway, clearly knocking over his mailbox. As he got out of his car and walked to the front of the house, he was clearly struggling. He kept rubbing his eyes and shaking his head. He was stumbling and walked right into the railing on the front porch. I've never seen him like that before. Okay, this tracks with the poison details. And now we've got time of poison. By Thursday, September 9th, at 3:48 p.m., gets home. He's having trouble. He's blinded. And she says everything is misspelled. So he's misspelling things probably because he can't see or having trouble thinking. But let's take a look at our poisons again. Okay. Arsenic, which we think we've ruled out for other reasons, timeline, doesn't cause any of those problems. But look at methanol. Confusion, blurred vision, partial or complete blindness. Sorry, this is looking at this whole thing here. Here's our list. Okay, so methanol, blindness, partial or complete blindness and blurriness, 4 to 8 hours after ingestion. 4 to 8 hours after ingestion. That's quite important. That means if he gets home at 3:48 with these symptoms, that probably puts ingestion, I guess, at before noon, but reasonably close to lunchtime, or significantly earlier, maybe, or even in the morning. Okay. Ethylene glycol, which was our other suspected poison, does not cause blindness. In fact, nothing else causes blindness. So here's our poison, methanol, from windshield wiper fluid or different fuels. I think we've got our poison now, and now we've got pretty much confirmation that it was poison. based on her thing. So if it's methanol, which has no taste, windshield wiper fluid, or different fuels. Wiper fluid, definitely someone used some before the 30th. And other fuels, well, we've got tiki torch fuel, but that doesn't seem to have been used or stocked up on. And I think you would smell tiki torch fuel. In fact, somewhere we're told tiki torch and lamp fuels have bitter taste, lamp oil. So that's in a separate category. So I think we've got our poison here. I think what we're looking at is methanol from windshield wiper fluid. Right there. Methanol from windshield wiper fluid. Which we can see someone used some between the 23rd and the 30th. Okay. Let's continue reading her statement, but I think we're almost ready to pinpoint what poison, that he was poisoned and what killed him. Clearly he was poisoned here. And he didn't commit suicide. She pulled it up the video, 3:48, he drives, he can barely see, he crashes. Okay, continuing. Would you say you knew your brother well? I would say fairly well, yes. And do you think he could have done this to himself? I don't really know. I would like to think he couldn't, but ever since his accident, he hasn't been the same. Would you say he was depressed? Maybe. He'd have good days and bad. Some days his hip would feel better and he'd do a small hike. He'd get excited and start wanting to plan a bigger trip. Then the next day he'd try the same small hike and his hip pain would be unbearable. He'd call me feeling frustrated and hopeless. Was there anything else going on in his life that you think was concerning? Well, he had been having financial problems. He didn't really like to tell me the details. I believe he owed money to some people and hadn't been able to pay, so he was extremely stressed about that. Thank you. Is there anything else you think we should know? I know Arnold was having concerns about a couple of employees at the campground, but honestly, I don't really remember the details. Okay, that's all we need to know for now. She doesn't remember the details of a phone call that happened 4 days ago? That's fishy. But we don't think that's the person. Maybe she's buying drugs from him too, but I don't know why she wouldn't remember. I don't understand why she wouldn't be able to fill us in on more details. Yeah. All right. I think we should probably take another break here and come back and finish reading these witness statements, but we're pretty much ready to say that he got what he got poisoned with. We just don't know who or why. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. I've got a little website pulled up because I think we're about to solve that, but let me just move this a little bit there. All right, no one's in the chat. It's just me here alone again. That's okay. What if the rule was if no one chats, like an automatic failsafe, like an automatic dead man's brake on a train. So if no one comments for a half hour, the stream automatically cancels, automatically shuts off. All right. So we think we know how Arnold was killed, poisoned. I was going to put these photos and stuff together so it'd be a little easier to find. All right, Arnold was poisoned, we know, with methanol from wiper fluid, but we don't know, or that's what we think, but we don't know who did it or why. And the time between poisoning and when he got home is very interesting, because if he crashed into his home blind at 3:48 p.m. and it takes 4 to 8 hours, that puts our time of ingestion somewhere between 11 a.m. and 7 a.m. So if we look at his schedule that day, Thursday, he got in at 9 a.m. So he could have been poisoned immediately or up until about lunch. So Lily Rogers doesn't get in till 2 p.m. So she wouldn't be a good candidate to poison him. And I think Robert Campbell has no motive to kill him because he hasn't been discovered by August 30th, which is when the poisoning starts. So that puts Matthew Dewey as my prime candidate. He's been working there for 3 years. He has no criminal arrests. He lives in Jonesport. And let's look at his schedule for a second. I want to see where he was I want to see if he was working on the 30th again at that same time. On the 30th, Matthew was there well past lunch, and he works in the office. So he's my prime opportunity guy. Brian thinks it's Rich Smith, maybe based just on his appearance. Brian is suspicious of him. Well, we'll find out. He was arrested for aggravated assault and theft. We haven't heard of him yet. He doesn't even work there. He works at the auto repair. We haven't even seen any tie into that, but maybe we're going to shortly. Okay, let's continue with our... Brian says he just looks like he's up to no good. All right, let's go back to our interviews. So this is Gabrielle interviewing Robert Campbell. This is the drug dealer. Hello, Mr. Campbell. Hi. As you may have heard, Arnold Harris was found dead in his home a few days ago. We wanted to ask you a few questions about Mr. Harris and your relationship with him. I thought you guys said it was a suicide. Well, yeah, suicide's a possibility, but it's early in the investigation, so we're exploring every lead right now. Okay. How long have you worked with Mr. Harris? I've been 7 or 8 years, I think. Used to camp here with my family when I was younger. My mom was tired of me not having a plan for my life. She jokingly asked Arnold if he needed some help from someone with no skills, and he hired me on the spot. Taught me everything I know. And what is it that you do at the compound? Anything that doesn't involve me interacting with guests, really. I'm not much of a people person. You could say I do a lot of maintenance. I clean and maintain the sites and tend to anything that needs fixing. I maintain the kayak and paddleboard rentals and make sure the paths in and out of the sites are clear. When guests check out, I do a quick sweep of their site to ensure there's no damage. I've heard that in recent years, the upkeep of the property has really deteriorated. If you're responsible for that, what's been the problem? It's a two-man job, that's the problem. For years, Arnold was as much involved with the day-to-day maintenance of the property as I was. But after his accident, that stopped. He can't move like he used to, and he's in a lot of pain. I told him we needed to hire someone to help me out, but he refused. He's too stubborn. He still tries to help, but honestly, he's only 10% of what he used to be. Property's too big and there's too much to keep up with for just me. I see. Now, can you tell me what you were doing on the last morning that Arnold came to work? I don't remember that day exactly, but I do one of two things every morning. Most days I stop by the office when my shift starts, grab the maintenance clipboard from the check-in desk, and then go out and get some work done around the campground. Other times I have paperwork to get done in the office, so I take care of that first. But you did in fact work that day, correct? Oh, what day was this? Last Thursday. Yeah, I was there that day. I'm there every Thursday. So what would you say your relationship with Mr. Harris was like? Fine. Would you say it was strained? No. Why would I say that? Well, one of your co-workers may have heard Mr. Harris say he was concerned about your behavior. Is it true that you've been dealing drugs and he threatened to report you to the police? Are you kidding me? Did Natalie say this? I can't say who it was. Well, you don't have to. I know it was her. She's always snooping around, getting in everyone's business. Okay, but is it true? Does it matter? Yeah, actually it does. Well, did she tell you about her Arnold problem? I'll bet she... Can you please just answer the question? I bet she didn't. Did you know she has been going through a nasty custody battle with her ex-husband? When Arnold didn't pay us for several weeks, she lost her apartment. She doesn't have any other family to live with, so she lost custody of her daughter. That would make me pretty mad, livid even. Mr. Campbell, that's enough. We're not talking about Miss Davis right now. Is it true or not that Mr. Harris threatened to report you for dealing drugs? Yeah, fine, he did. But it's not something I'd ever kill him over. Is it true that you once told a coworker that you would do anything to avoid going back to jail? Yeah, that's true. But again, anything does not include killing someone. Okay, well, we'll table that for now, but know that I'll be looking into it. Now we're almost done, and then you can be on your way. Can you tell me about the supply shed that's located behind the campground office? What do you want to know? Well, what's in there? Who has access? It's mostly cleaning and bathroom supplies. The supply shed locks automatically when the door closes, so it's locked most of the time. I make sure to never leave it open. And who has access? Well, there are the 3 keys to the shed. Arnold and I each have a key on our keychain we carry around, and then there's one other key that hangs in the office on the back wall. Let's get out our map so we can see what he's talking about here. So there's where the key hangs on the wall. And there's the supply shed that locks. I guess we think now maybe that's what this is a photo of firewood locker. But maybe, I don't know if this is maybe the supply shed instead. I'm not positive. But okay. So they're talking about who has keys today. He says he has a key, Arnold has a key, and then there's a common key. Oh, I guess it's not the firewood locker. They're talking about that now. Okay. It's mostly cleaning and bathroom supplies. Arnold and I each have a key, and then there's one that hangs on the office on the back wall. Are there any other keys that stay there on the back wall? Yeah, there are a few. I know there's a key to the showers, the bathrooms, the firewood locker. The firewood locker? What's that? Oh, it's where we store the firewood on the side of the office. Anytime a customer wants to purchase firewood, one of us, me, Arnold, Willie, Natalie, or Matt, need to go unlock the locker and get it for them. Customers used to steal, so now only employees can access it with a key. And can you describe the firewood locker for me? He says, well, it's made of wood, has a lock on it. Why don't I just email you a picture when I get back to the office? I'm sure we have a recent one on the office laptop. I would just take a picture, but my phone camera is horrible. Okay, yes, thank you. That's all for now. So maybe we're being told this says found on the campground office laptop. Okay, so I guess what we're being led to believe is that Robert Campbell says there's a photo of it on the laptop office. I'll just go to the laptop office. I'll find the photo. I'll send it to you. So this is the photo, how we got this photo. Robert Campbell just knew there was one on the office photo, office laptop, went in there and sent it to us. We know from the file dates on the desktop that this was taken recently. We think probably, I think we figured out it was probably taken on August 30th or a couple days before. So this is not the supply shed where the chemicals are kept. This is just where you keep firewood. You can see some footprints, but we don't know why it's important. Okay. There's a lock on it. Okay, who has access? Mostly bathroom supplies, cleaning supplies. The supply shed locks automatically when the door closes. So we don't have a photo of the supply shed, but we know where it is. So I guess, I mean, this is interesting. You can see this is someone walking, looks like in this direction, right? So if you imagine that this is where the shed is, although we don't know whether it's facing this way or this way. Where would they be? It almost looks like it's saying that someone went out, imagine this, like imagine it's saying this, someone went out pretending to go get firewood and just walked right by it and went to the supply shed. So this person like pretending they're stopping, like they didn't stop in front of it to unlock it. Sorry, let me show you this better. Are what we seeing from this photo that someone like walked up to it and kept on walking? Like they never even stopped to stand in front of it and unlock it. It looks like I was looking at these footprints thinking, okay, we're going to match these to someone's footprints. But now I'm thinking, maybe not. Maybe what we're seeing here is just the fact that someone's walked here and just kept on walking. And if this entrance is here, right? Firewood is here. Then I'm thinking what it's telling us is someone walked out here pretending to get fire, borrowed the key, said, I'm going to go get firewood for someone. Walked out to get firewood, just walked right by it, and then stuck in here to the supply shed to get the poison. I think that's what's making sense. Brian says, since Brian is paying me a compliment, I must switch to the chat to fully appreciate it. He says, on a side note, this thing you made with the green dots is incredible. The zooming in. Thank you, Brian. It does seem to work pretty well. I'm still getting the hang of using it. Okay, so I think that's what that's the puzzle of that photo. Someone's pretending to go get firewood, but really they were moving to the locker. Okay, who has the keys to that? Oh, but it doesn't matter because anyone can take a key. But if that theory is right, then this is the significant part. He's saying who gets the firewood for people? One of us, me, Arnold, Lily, Natalie, or Matt. This is my prime candidate, my suspect, Matt. So one of them that works in the office goes to get the firewood out. So they take the key and someone's pretending to get firewood for someone, but really they got the poison out. Okay. His camera is awful, he says. All right, let's continue to the next interview. Okay, here's our detective interviewing Lily Rogers, the other office worker. Who is Lily Rogers? Let's bring her out to get a good look at her. Not for ulterior purposes, just so we know who we're dealing with. Lily Rogers is this woman who's only been working there for a year, and she's already, in 2020, she was arrested for theft. And this is 2021, so a year ago arrested for theft, and here she is working here. Okay. Hello, Mrs. Rogers. Thanks for coming in. We're trying to learn a little bit more about Arnold Harris. Can you tell me how long you've been working at the East Mountain Lake Campground? Oh, it's been just about a year now. Finally starting to figure things out. And what was your relationship like with Arnold Harris? Oh, good, I think. My schedule is different every day, so sometimes I'd work with him, sometimes I wouldn't. He wasn't the friendliest man, but I think we got along decently well. Now, what were your main responsibilities at the campground? Oh, a mix of different things. I worked in the office mostly, usually checking in guests, but sometimes Arnold had me help him with other stuff, like filling out paperwork, organizing supplies, or anything that he needed. Okay, and can you tell me a little bit about Arnold? Sure, he was super regimented. I heard he was in the military, which might explain it, but he followed the same routine every day, almost down to the minute. I can see it in my head. First, he was always on time. He'd usually get in right at 9 a.m., if not a minute or two early. He'd quickly open up his office door, drop off his bag, grab his truck keys off his desk, and head out for a drive around the campground. Usually be in and out within 60 seconds. He'd drive around for 20 or 30 minutes and be back by 9:30 a.m. And then what about the rest of the day? Well, at 9:30 a.m. he'd settle down at his desk for a couple hours and do some paperwork. Surprisingly, Arnold's not a morning person. He needs his coffee as soon as he gets back from his drive around the property. If he doesn't have that, watch out. Aha. Okay. So Arnold, very regimented, sticks to his schedule. And we're told that he's got his coffee 9:30 a.m. So as soon as he gets back, 9:30 a.m., coffee. Is that how he was poisoned, in his coffee? If he doesn't have that, watch out. And what about in the afternoon? Well, Arnold will usually have lunch at noon for an hour. Okay, lunch at noon. So we've got a 9:30 a.m. coffee and then lunch regimented at noon every day. He brings his lunch from home. Says it's healthier that way. Not that there's any place to go out to eat near here anyway. After lunch, he'll take his truck out again and drive the property for 30 or 90 minutes. 30 or so minutes. By the time he's back, he needs another coffee to keep him going the rest of the day. If we don't have one ready for him, he gets cranky. For the rest of the afternoon, He just does paperwork and makes phone calls in his office. Okay, we got another coffee. So his first coffee is at 9:30. And he has lunch at noon. Okay. Let's see. What does she say? She says he has lunch at noon, brings it from home. That would make it hard to poison, right? Hard to poison his lunch. Okay. Lunch at noon for an hour, she says. Okay, so noon to 1 p.m. is his lunch. After lunch, he takes his truck out, drives the property for 30 or so minutes. Remember, he's very regimented. So he comes back from driving at 1:30 p.m. for his second coffee. That's a good time for that matches our poison time, I think. Yeah, I think that matches our poison timing. If we don't have one ready for him, he gets cranky. For the rest of the afternoon, he just does paperwork and makes phone calls from his office. Now, you said that if we don't have coffee ready for him, he gets cranky. And who's making this coffee? Well, whoever's in the office, really. Me, Matt, Natalie, even Robert sometimes. Arnold got a new coffee machine a few months ago that he keeps at his desk, but he never figured out how to use it. So one of us has to make it for him every day, which we usually do when he's out driving the campground in the morning and afternoon. The worst part is, he buys that cheap, nasty stuff so no one else even drinks it. Okay, thanks. Now, you worked with Arnold on September 9th, correct? Yes, I did. And can you tell me about that day? Well, I got into work around 1 p.m. Actually, no, it was 2 p.m. Yeah, I got in at 2 p.m. and I was scheduled to work the evening shift until 9 p.m. Let's just check her schedule. September 9th, 2 p.m. she got in, 9 p.m. she checked out. And, well, why was she confused about that? Let's look at what her schedule said she was supposed to be doing. September 9th, 2 p.m. Yeah, that's on her schedule. I guess sometimes she works different hours. But that's all consistent. Okay. I'm not sure why she got confused about that. 2 p.m. For the first hour, everything was normal. Matt left at 3 p.m. and then it was just me and Arnold. He was in his office and I was manning the check-in desk. At about, I want to say 3:30 p.m., Arnold ran out of his office and into the bathroom. I caught a glimpse of him and he did not look good. Very, very pale. I could hear him vomiting a lot. Okay, so 3:30 p.m., Arnold, pale and vomiting. 1:30 he has his second coffee. 3:30 he's vomiting, so that's a 2-hour gap. 2-hour gap. If we look at our poison, we now believe we know it's methanol. Sorry. Yeah, methanol. Let's put another thing near that. Okay, so that's I'm a little scared to use green markers because it can confuse my marker detector, but okay. 4 to 8 hours after ingestion. That sounds like it's not our second coffee because it's only been 2 hours since his second coffee. However, it is consistent with our first coffee. Our first coffee was 6 hours. His morning coffee was at 9:30, and he got sick at 3:30. That's 6 hours, so that is consistent with methanol. So someone poisoned his first morning coffee, I believe, is what we can conclude. 3:30 p.m., Arnold ran out of his office into the bathroom. Caught a glimpse of him. He did not look good. Very, very pale. I could hear him vomiting a lot. A couple minutes later, he walked out and said he had a very bad headache and was going to go home. Let's just confirm. Headache, yellow skin, jaundice, all consistent with our methanol theory. He quickly locked his office and left. I was concerned. In all the times I've worked with Arnold, even with his hip pain, I've never seen him leave work early because of sickness or pain. He must have been feeling pretty bad. And you didn't think to help him? I tried. I really did, but Arnold said he was fine. Said he was going to drive right home and go to bed. He lives in Columbia Falls, which is only 15 minutes away. So I believed him when he said he would be okay. That's important. We wanted to know how far away he lived from here. Okay, that's fine. I believe you. Now, can you talk to me about how things were with the campground staff the few weeks before Arnold's death? Did anything stand out as unusual to you? Nothing seemed odd to me. I do know that all of the employees, including me, were mad at Arnold. We understand the campground isn't doing well, but everyone was super mad that Arnold skipped paying us some weeks. I've worked a few other jobs before this one. That's never happened to me before. Robert and Natalie were both definitely upset, and Matt and I had just been talking about it recently before Arnold passed. Arnold did give us each a small check on Thursday, but it was nothing compared to what we were each owed. And can you tell me a little bit about your relationship with Matt? Sure. Well, Matt and I usually work opposite shifts, so I don't see him too often. Overall, he's a super friendly guy, but sometimes he scares me. He's someone who's super sweet to your face, but if you make him mad, he'll snap. I once messed up some paperwork and he yelled at me for what felt like 2 whole minutes. I don't even think it was important paperwork. Now, what's Matt like on a day-to-day basis? What does he do? Well, like I mentioned, he's normally fine. He's very healthy, and he's known for bringing in smoothies most days that he works. He brings one in for everyone, actually, makes them at home. Everyone gets their own flavor. I usually do blueberry pomegranate. So good. But that's the kind of super sweet personality that I'm talking about. Cross him and watch out. When Arnold didn't pay him for a few weeks, he was furious. He took it personally. He said he was going to lose his house if he didn't get paid one more time. I don't think he'd kill anyone, but when he gets in a mood, I don't want to be anywhere near him. Thank you. That's all for now. Okay, I think that's our guy, Matt. Brings everyone smoothies. Everyone has their own flavor. That's a little weird. Okay, we've got 2 more interviews to go. Here's an interview with Matthew Dewey. Here's my prime suspect. Gabrielle Thompson is interviewing. Good morning, Mr. Dewey. Good morning. You can just call me Matt. Okay, Matt, we're just looking into the death of Arnold Harris and want to ask you a few questions. Yes, of course. It's so horrible that Arnold passed. He was such a good guy. Yeah, it's a shame. Can you tell me how your relationship was with Mr. Harris? Oh, it was great. I've been working at the compound for about 3 years now. Used to work at a warehouse, but this is way nicer. I work in the campground office 4 or 5 days a week, usually at the same time as Arnold. We joked around, exchanged stories. The other employees seem to think he's grumpy, but I just think they're not as entertaining as I am. So you would say you generally liked Mr. Harris? Oh, yes, of course. His son, on the other hand, no thank you. And why is that? Well, Michael would come by the office 3 or 4 times a week, seemingly on random days, usually early in the morning, around lunch. He'd usually bring his dad some sort of tea. Good for his hip, I guess. Okay, and what's wrong with all that? Well, nothing. I mean, Michael's a nice enough guy, but he always seems to be snooping around in the office paperwork. I don't know what he's looking for. Whenever I ask, he just says he's looking for something for his dad, but I don't think that's true. Just gives me suspicious vibes, I mean. I don't know why he comes in at all. He doesn't even work here. I never come here on my days off, and I do work here. Well, now, is it true you were friends with Rob? Rob Campbell? No, not really. I mean, I talked to him, but I wouldn't say we were friends. He's fine, quiet guy, not too great with people. I do remember him talking to me a couple weeks ago. Said he had been wanting to leave this job, but he couldn't afford it right now. I can't remember much else we would have talked about. Okay, let's talk about Arnold's last couple weeks. Does anything suspicious stand out to you? Well, I'm not great with dates, but I do remember a camper calling in a few days before Arnold died. I remember because the camper called so early in the morning, it was like 7:05 a.m. I do get in at 7 a.m., but the office doesn't open for another couple hours. I answered the phone anyway, and the guy was asking if anyone turned in a wallet. He said he left it there the day before. I told him I couldn't find it, and he cursed me out. I mean, the wallet may have been in Arnold's office, but Arnold locks his door when he leaves for the day, and no one else has a key. I guess not super suspicious, but worth mentioning. People don't usually curse me out like that. Okay, anything else you can think of? No, I don't. Well, actually, there is. I can't believe I forgot. A few days before Arnold was found, I don't remember the exact day, but I did have this one angry customer. I was the only guy working in the office at the time, so I had to deal with it. This guy was mad. Told me to come out front so he could show me something wrong with his motorcycle. Said Arnold had told him it was safe here for motorcycles, but the gravel destroyed the bottom of his ride. You may want to look into this guy. You can even ask Natalie. She came walking up to the office just as I was dealing with this guy. I motioned for her to go right inside so she didn't have to deal with him too. Okay, thank you. I think that's enough for today. I'll reach out if I have any more questions. Okay, look at what Matthew is trying to throw suspicion on everyone to get the suspicion away from himself. And in particular, look what he's trying to set up. He's trying to set up the son. Where is it? Michael would come by the office 3 or 4 times a week. He'd usually, seemingly on random days, usually early in the morning or around lunch. He'd usually bring his dad some sort of tea. Good for his hip, I guess. So he's trying to lay possible suspicion on the son, and even saying the son might have brought him poison in his tea, usually early in the morning or around lunch. Well, early in the morning would coincide with it, but we know he's not been in there for several days, the son. So he couldn't have been the one poisoning. Boy, Matt really seems like the poisoner. And he's trying to blame customer, motorcycle customer. All right, there's our suspect right there, Matthew Dewey. All right, here's our last interview with Rich Smith. We don't know who Rich Smith is. I mean, we know he's our guy that is. Oh, he's the customer. He's the motorcycle customer that Dewey is trying to throw shade on. So the police took him seriously enough to bring in Richard Smith and interview him. Let's see what Richard Smith says. Hello, Mr. Smith. Yeah, can I ask why I'm here? I just want to ask you a few questions about Arnold Harris. I don't even know who that is. Well, Mr. Harris died a couple weeks ago. Your name came up when we were talking to one of his employees. Whoa, I had nothing to do with this guy's death. I don't even know him. Yeah, don't worry about that. I just need to ask you a few questions. Fine. First, can you tell me a little bit about your background? Sure, I grew up in Ellsworth. No, your criminal background. Well, it sounds like you already know. I've been in a few incidents, and, well, what's it matter? Why would someone commit aggravated assault twice? I don't like to be disrespected. If someone treats me in a way I don't like, I need to show them that's not okay. And is that what happened with Arnold Harris? What? He wronged you and you had to put him in his place? I didn't touch him. So you remember now. And can you tell me what happened? I want to hear your side of the story. Fine. But my side of the story is the real story. It's simple, really. I wanted to go camping. I do every now and then. Before I went, I called the campground. I wanted to make sure my motorcycle would be fine. Some campgrounds have bad roads, you know. The guy I talked to on the phone, this Arnold guy, said not to worry. I was like, great, good to go. Well, I get to the campground late at night. It's already dark, can't see too well, but I can definitely tell I'm on a gravel road. Next morning, I wake up, and in the sunlight, I can see the bottom of my bike is destroyed. There were so many scratches and dents, all from that stupid gravel road. I was so pissed. That old guy lied to me. So, what'd you do? Well, I went to the office the next morning, maybe 10 or 15 minutes after it opened, and let someone have it. And they refused to give me a refund or pay for anything. And what did you do to Arnold? He says he goes after it opened. What did you do to Arnold? Nothing. I talked to some other guy. And you're sure you didn't have any contact with Arnold? Never saw him. Okay, that's all for now. We'll be in touch. So there's a little bit of a contradiction here. He says he goes maybe 10 or 15 minutes after it opened. This guy says... Oh, I see. He didn't say he came before it opened. This was a different customer. He said 2 customers he's trying to throw shade on. Answered the phone. That was someone who called, who lost their wallet. This guy, he doesn't say he came before he opened. He just says he came, told me to come out front so he could show me something. Said Arnold had told him, you can even ask Natalie. She came walking up to the office just as I was dealing with this guy. And motioned for Natalie came just as he was dealing with this guy. A few days before Arnold was found. Just trying to think if there's anything about this incident that we can use to help us figure out. Earlier this month, it just happened a long time ago. Okay, I don't think the details of this are that important. All right, so we've read all our other interviews. I think it's Matthew Dewey who did this. There's no reason it's the motorcycle driver guy. We've been through all the evidence, and we don't have to figure out. Brian says Smith is just an honest guy. Yeah. It's not Smith. It's almost certainly Matthew Dewey, in my opinion. But we don't have to solve that yet. We just have to decide how he was killed, and specifically. And I believe we know from all of our data that it was methanol. It matches his symptoms perfectly. It was probably put in his morning coffee. But blurred vision, blindness, yellow skin, this matches everything, and it's the only one that matches what was seen on his Ring camera with him being blinded. So we know it's methanol that he was poisoned with. We know he was poisoned. Methanol was found in windshield wiper fluid and different fuels. So the only other specific question that we need to ask is what exactly was poisoning him? Methanol was the chemical, but what was actually used? If we look at the inventory tracker, we see that methanol was found in fluid wiper and other fuels. The only other fuel on here is tiki torch fuel, which is different. That has a separate entry in our poison list of lamp oils. So we're ready to say that he was poisoned with wiper fluid. Now, let's look at our objectives. The first thing we must decide, objective 1 of 3, is how he was killed, analyze the evidence, determine his specific cause of death. If he was shot with what, if he was poisoned with what, if he was stabbed with what. Once you are confident, visit the page and prove it. That's going to be interesting. I've commented before about how some games ask you to know the answer. Some games actually ask you what evidence shows it. So we're going to switch over now to the tablet. Bring over the keyboard. So here's what the web page looks like when you go to this case, to that website, and it says Mystery at East Mountain Lake, Objective 1, that's where we're on. It says start, takes 15 seconds, and then it's got some hints. Each hint gives you a subtle nudge in the right direction. Reveals, these give away even more details to help you solve the objective. Reveal 1 provides more details about hint 1. Each hint reveal combination gives away more spoilers, so start with hint 1 and only open as many as you need. I like this approach to giving you hints. I've actually not seen this before. We've got a hint and a reveal. Reveal provides more details about the hint. So it's trying to give you just a tiny bit of information so you don't spoil more than you need. But we're going to skip all these because we think we understand this. And we're just going to click start and see what happens. Okay, what was Arnold's specific cause of death? And look, we've got a multiple choice. Okay, shot, stabbed, stabbed with knife, arsenic poisoning, lamp oil poisoning, methanol poisoning, ethyl glycol poisoning, sodium hypochlorite poisoning, ammonia poisoning, and strangled. Okay, so we know our answer is methanol poisoning. So that answer is F. Anyone want to disagree with this? Let's see if it works on keyboard shortcut. Okay. Select 2 pieces of evidence that confirm Arnold's specific method of death. There are 4 pieces of evidence that prove this, but you only need to get 2 of them correct. Okay, this is pretty neat. All right, so what do we think are 2 pieces of evidence that confirm his specific method of death? Well, perhaps the biggest one is this toxic chemical attestation. So let's see, what have we got here? Number L is annual toxic chemical attestation. So that's going to be our first choice. L. Okay. It doesn't tell us whether we're right or wrong. It says we only need to get 2, but it tells us that there are 4 that match. Okay, what other piece of information? The newspaper article, no. I know one of them that really jumped out to us that confirmed it, which was the interview with the sister. The interview with the sister is where she says she checked his Ring camera and he was completely swerving, hit the mailbox, looked like he couldn't see. So for sure, my next best guess is going to be the police interview. But if we wanted to pick more, what would we pick? Well, the other piece of evidence that we really used a lot is Arnold's notebook, saying when he was vomiting and sick. So it's 2 pieces of evidence that confirm his specific method of death. I guess it doesn't want us, it's not going to even let us pick another one. Okay, so it's only going to let us pick 2. So those would be the 2 I would pick. I guess if you wanted to guess what the others would be, one would be his diary. What would be the other one, though? I'm not sure what the 4th one would be, but let's just click submit here since we believe we know these 2 are good. That is correct. Arnold Harris was poisoned with methanol. Piece of evidence that confirm this: the annual toxic chemical attestation, list of symptoms, the page from Arnold's notebook noting his symptoms, the interview with Lily Rogers noting Arnold's symptoms on his last day of work. That's true. And the police interview with Elizabeth Dunn. So I guess the last one that it was saying was when Lily told us how he was vomiting and looked pale. Okay, so we got these exactly correct. And now we can open a new envelope, which is very exciting. All right. We'll take a little break before we do that. Let's just clean up our workspace. Okay, that was fun. I really appreciate that in that mid-game website questionnaire, especially asking us to indicate what evidence convinces us of a fact. I've seen that in one other game. I can't remember what it was. I mentioned it when I reviewed it. You know what it might have been? It might have been the Armony Ashcroft Unsolved Case Files game. It was definitely in that video. It was that one or one of the others that asked you to actually guess the answer, but then tell it which evidence proved it. It's a nice way to do things. Okay, so we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll open envelope A and we'll get into the second act. Although I think we know, well, I think we know who did it, but not really why. Was it really just because he wasn't getting his paycheck? That's a little far-fetched, although this guy's a little suspicious. Okay, what do you think is going to be in envelope A? Toxicology report, autopsy? We'll find out. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we're playing Killer at Large Mystery at East Mountain Lake. Mystery at East Mountain Lake. This is a game you can only order direct from the publisher off their website. They've got 3 cases. This is one of them. We've just finished the first act. We've correctly identified how our victim was killed with what chemical and how we can prove that. And now we are following the instructions on the website to open envelope A and enter into Act 2. So it is fun to get new stuff. We've been taking our time. We've been playing for almost 4 hours. Well, I guess we spent the first half hour talking, but we've been playing for 3 hours, and that's because we're really taking our time. But let's see what we've got here. Okay, so I've got a sheaf of papers here and what looks like a genuine receipt. Let's take a look. And there's the envelope. Let's make sure we didn't miss anything here. Okay. It's a receipt from Bayview Island Campground, 2 Wilson Road, Bayview Island Campground. This is not this guy's campground, is it? I guess it is, maybe. No. It's a different campground? September 9th at 10 a.m. Madeline. Camping for 2 nights of firewood, $68. She paid with a Visa. I agree to pay the total amount according to card issuer statement, Michael Harris. Ah, this is a proof that the son was off camping, as he said. This was his alibi. He was out of town camping with his family. Okay, in Portland. Okay, well, we believe the son, but this is proof that he was out of town. Okay, so that's our receipt. I'm going to put that. I've organized my stuff a little bit. I put all the small items into their own little pile here. Okay, so then we've got a stack of papers. One is from the guy who hired us, or who contacted us, Don Schwartz. Let's read what he says. He says, "Dear detective, you were right. Arnold must have been poisoned by the methanol in the campground's windshield wiper fluid." Exactly what we concluded. "According to the evidence so far, he had headaches and was vomiting multiple times during the last couple of weeks of his life. His sister also alluded that Arnold was having vision problems, which is a symptom unique to methanol poisoning, when she saw him on the Ring camera." Exactly right. "My contact on the force just sent me the toxicology report." We were waiting for this. "And it shows that methanol was found in Arnold's body. Confirming what you found. He also sent me more evidence for this case, which I'm giving to you, but don't say anything. He's not supposed to be sharing this with me. Now that we know how Arnold died, I need you to find out who had the opportunity to kill him. Sure, he could have poisoned himself, but I still can't believe he would do that. Arnold was having financial troubles, so there are several people who could have wanted him dead. I'm hoping that you can find out who had the opportunity so we can get one step closer to real justice for my friend." Objective 2. Only 2 suspects had the opportunity to commit this crime. Which 2 were they? Once you're confident you have identified the 2 suspects, visit this page to prove it. Once you successfully verify the 2 suspects, you may open envelope A. That's a typo. That should say envelope B. Okay. Now this is a little unusual for us because it requires thinking a little differently. Like, I've already identified who I think the killer is, but this is saying, okay, back up. You have to answer a more generic question first. Who were the two people who had the opportunity to kill him? So I think it's going to turn out that one is Matthew, but then I think we're going to be able to prove that the son was out of town. And then from our report here, I think we're going to find that the two people who could have killed him, it's probably Robert Campbell was the other person. Yeah. So if you look at the people working with him on the days he was poisoned, September 9th and August 30th, what you'll see is that there were 3 people working with him at the office. The son is going to be proven out of town, so he's not involved. Willie comes in too late to poison him. He had to have been poisoned. If he's getting sick at 3:30, he had to be poisoned somewhere between maybe 8 a.m., 7 a.m., and noon. She comes in too late to do it. So it's going to be either Dewey or Robert Campbell. So I think probably we could go answer these right now, that it's these two. But I suppose you could maybe say that maybe the motorcycle guy could have had the opportunity. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. But I think we can answer these now, but we'll play along with this. Okay. Here's the toxicology report. This is pretty cool. NWP Labs, Machias, Massachusetts. Report issued 10/5, so 3 weeks, almost a month after the death. What did they find? Codeine negative, morphine negative, hydrocodone negative, clonazepam negative, ethanol negative, methanol 110, blood alcohol 0.110, fentanyl, acetone, cannabinoids. So 110 milligrams of methanol in his blood. How they analyzed it. Gas chromatography used to complete analysis for ethanol, methanol, isopropanol, and acetone. All right. Testing requested. Postmortem toxicology expanded. Clear vial. Okay. Comments. Methanol in the blood. Methanol is a central nervous system depressant and can cause effects such as impaired judgment, difficulty breathing, reduced alertness, impaired vision. Blood alcohol concentrations can be expressed as a decimal number with units. For example, methanol level of 110 milligrams per deciliter would produce a blood alcohol level of 0.110. So the methanol is responsible for the blood alcohol. He wasn't drinking, it's just the methanol. No note here from the toxicology report about what would be lethal. But clearly you're not supposed to have methanol in your system. And if it was enough to make you vomit and go blind, maybe it was enough to kill you, or possibly he probably died of the other symptoms, blood, failure to breathe, whatever. But it would be nice to get a confirmation that 110 milligrams would kill you. All right. Here's a witness statement from Morgan Lee. I don't know if this will help, but I wanted to report it anyway. Me and my family were camping at East Mountain Lake from September 7th to the 11th. The morning of September 9th, I was standing outside of the showers waiting for them to open. I remember looking at my watch, wondering if they were going to open on time. Surprised they did. I've been camping lots of times before, and you can never guarantee when the showers will open. A few minutes before they opened, I heard a man from a nearby campsite talking to himself, saying he can't believe he was lied to and it's going to make them pay. Seconds later, an employee walked up to unlock the showers. I don't remember his name, but he was very tall and seemed young. I told him what I heard, but the employee didn't seem to care. In fact, he didn't have much to say at all. He just gave me a quick nod and went to repair one of the shower stalls. When I got done with my shower and left, 30 minutes later, he was still working on it. I thought I'd mention the angry camper again, but I figured why bother? This guy doesn't care. I'm not saying that what I heard had anything to do with the campground owner's death, but who knows? Okay, this is kind of a little fun report, because if we look at the campground map, we can see how to make sense of this. So he's talking about the morning of 9/9 when our guy was poisoned. He went to the showers. Where do we have showers? Right here. There's only one place for showers in the campground. It's here. He says he heard a man from a nearby campsite, so one of these campsites maybe, saying he's been lied to, he's going to make them pay. Then a second later, an employee walked up to unlock the showers. Can't remember his name, but he's very tall and seemed young. Well, let's look at our suspects. That very tall person is surely Robert Campbell. Although 6'3" is pretty tall too. 6'3", 6'4", they're basically the same. But Matthew Dewey is 42. Robert Campbell's 26, so he's more like the young man when he's described here. So I think he hears Robert Campbell come up. We know Robert Campbell does maintenance. So we know Robert Campbell's working on the showers. And we know he was still working on it for 30 minutes. This seems to be giving us an alibi for the morning. Now, when do the showers open? Well, look. Showers open 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. So this guy is telling us he was there at 9 a.m., right? And waiting for the showers to open. And the person who came and opened them was Robert Campbell, I think we can conclude, who had to do repairs on the shower and was doing repairs for at least a half an hour. Why is that so important? Well, it's important because we think that our guy, Arnold, was probably poisoned in his morning coffee. When is that coffee prepared? Very regularly at 9:30 a.m. So now we've got Robert Campbell, our drug dealer, has an alibi for 9:30 a.m. He could not have poisoned Arnold's coffee. So I think that's a pretty huge clue. We're going to put Robert Campbell has an alibi. He's one of the few people that were working that day, and he's now got an alibi. And he hears someone else saying they're going to pay. We don't know. That could be unrelated, but it could be Matthew Dewey. All right. Very nice of Morgan Lee to write in about this. Aha. Camper check in and check out. Okay. I wonder if this is going to help us in some way. Oh, this is going to be the son's alibi again. Okay. So this, no, this is our campground. This isn't the son's alibi. East Mountain Lake campground. Let's see. This is going to be our motorcycle guy. Can we find when he checked in? So Rick Smith in a motorcycle. So site 19. So let's look. What are the motorcycle sites? The motorcycle sites are pink ones. 45, 47, 48, 46. So 45 through 48 are the motorcycle sites. So let's see if we can find Smith in one of those sites. Here's a Smith, but he's in site 19. That's not right. Here's a Smith. He's in site 46. Okay, so here's our motorcycle guy. checked in on 9/8, checked out at 9/12. So he actually was on site when our guy got poisoned for the second time, but not the first time. I think that means he's not a good candidate. Let's see. Smith, not in a motorcycle site. That's it. Okay. So there's our motorcycle guy. He was in town for the second poisoning, but not for the first. So that's not that means he didn't have the opportunity. Now, did I recognize another name somewhere here? Why am I thinking I saw someone else's name? Maybe not. Dewey Matthew. No, he's a worker. Okay. So I think this is just to help us rule out our motorcycle guy, I believe. Okay, what have we got here? From Lily Rogers. Oh, these are emails. Emails. 2 pages of emails. One from Lily Rogers to Arnold. Sure thing, I'll be there. I guess it reads up. Lily says, "Hi Arnold, here are the last 3 photos. 314, 315, 316. Okay, so again, this just confirms to us that the date of this photo, because we can see DSC 21, 25, 26, these are all August 31st. So they go up incrementally, the file names, starting on August 31st for 21. And here we can see that on the 31st, the last 3 photos were 14, 15, and 16. The last 3 photos, 14, 15, 16, that means this photo came afterwards. After August 31st, that's fine. So can we sandwich this date? So is this, I'm going to put Smith not here on August 31st. So let's see if we can't nail down the timeline of this photo. We know that 316, DSC 316 was August 31st. Or I guess here she's responding on August 31st in the morning. So maybe August 30th is 316. And then if we look for a date after this 18th one, since we have no file entry for the 18th, the next closest one is 321. So photo 321 is dated, taken on August 31st at 3:42 p.m. So somewhere between the night of this photo, we can now definitively timestamp. Somewhere between the night of August 30th, it's clearly a day shot. So I think that means that this photo is between the morning of August 31st to 3:42 p.m. August 31st. Although I guess we don't know when these are shot except from his message. So maybe I need to be a little more specific about that. Let's find that text message. I took some photos of the office camera at the end of the day yesterday. End of day, August 30th. So yes, that's right. Okay, so these photos here are from August 30th. End of day. End of day. Okay, so we know definitively now that this photo was taken between the end of day, August 30th, to 3:42 p.m. on August 31st, when these different photos were taken. Most likely, if he took those photos at the end of the day and that was the latest one, almost certainly this photo was taken August 31st. From the morning till 3:40 p.m. So, I think he may have gotten sick, and then, although we were told, someone sent us this photo. Maybe it's just from a security camera or something. But we know this is August 31st. So, morning after he was poisoned, I think this is showing us someone walking past the fire storage place on that morning on their way to get the poison on the next. Yeah, so we're seeing a photo of someone walking to get the poison the day after it happened. Okay. Sorry to belabor that point. Okay, Dave Leary to Arnold Harris on September 8th, day before his second poisoning. Mr. Harris, thank you for coming into our office to review your current financial situation. He did tell us he was going to get this reviewed. After our meeting, my team reviewed the documents you provided and determined that you currently owe $127,000 to the IRS as of the end of December 20th. This includes all taxes, penalties, and estimated interest due. Can you please provide your 2021 financial statements through the end of August for this year? At this point, I think we should meet again in person to review our findings. Let's do the same as last time, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. with 1 hour for lunch. Let's meet on 9/16. Please bring your passport, as we will need additional identification to complete the process. If you have any questions before then, please do not hesitate to reach out. This is a tax attorney. Wants to meet on 9/16. Please bring your passport. It's a little weird, the specific thing, 10:30 to 3 a.m. with 1 hour for lunch. Doesn't seem that relevant to us, but I wonder if our guy stumbled on this and realized he's owed lots of money. One of the things that was a little odd in one of the interviews, I'm going to put this away. That wasn't all that useful to us. One of the things that was a little odd was, who said they're going to go back to send us a photo? Someone sent us a photo, but it was a little interesting that someone had access to it was the guy, it was Campbell, it was the drug dealer. He says, firewood. He says, why don't I just email you a picture when I get back to the office? I'm sure we have a recent one on the office laptop. I would take a picture, but my phone camera is horrible. It's a little weird, that photo. Brian says, the one guy mentioned the son was digging around in the paperwork in the office. He probably was covering himself looking in the papers. Yes, or his son was digging around the papers, because we know the son was nosing around to find out the financial situation, but that's because the son's whole mortgage was owed money. I mean, the son does have a very good motive to need money, but I don't see how killing the father helps him. Now, what's interesting is we've just read all the evidence. And now the question is, are we ready to answer the two people who had the opportunity? We believe he was poisoned on those 2 days. We believe we know who was in the office. Okay, so the son has an alibi. Let's do it this way. The son has an alibi. That's this receipt that shows that he was camping in Portland, just like he said. Okay. Smith has an alibi. He wasn't on the campground on the August 30th when he was poisoned. And more importantly, Robert Campbell has an alibi. This is a trickier alibi, but he has a 9:30 a.m. alibi on September 9th. So I think that rules him out. Because we think he must have been poisoned in the morning in order for the timeline to match up between ingesting the poison and getting sick. He was sick at 3:30, and we know the methanol takes 4 to 8 hours. So let's write that out explicitly. 3:30 sick. This is on September 9th. So if you go back 4 to 8 hours, that makes it at 11:30 a.m. up to, that would be 4 hours back. And then 8 hours back would be 4 more, which would be 7:30 a.m. So sometime between 7:30 a.m. and 11:30 a.m., we think he was poisoned. In this window, poison window. We know he's highly regimented. We know he has his lunch at noon, but we know he has a 9:30 coffee. Unless we think he was poisoned by the son bringing the tea, but we know the son has an alibi and wasn't there. So that means it was his regular 9:30 coffee. So the question is, who was at the office at 9:30 a.m.? And if we check our work schedules, for the 9th and the 30th, we have Robert Campbell normally working from maintenance from 9. Natalie doesn't get into 1 or 2, but Matthew Dewey does get in early, and Lily doesn't get in there till later. And then on the 9th, the other time he was poisoning, again, we've got Robert Campbell on site at 9 a.m., and Matthew Dewey at 9 a.m. The rest of them don't get in there till later. So it's really just Robert and Dewey, and now we've got Robert with an alibi, cleaning the shower. So that means Matthew Dewey has opportunity. But who else has opportunity? We're told there are going to be 2 people with opportunity. Two suspects had the opportunity. Well, I mean, I suppose you could say, if you're asking only opportunity to kill him on that day and not worry about the August 30, you could say that Smith, the motorcycle guy, was on site on the 9th. Which is actually interesting because did he come back? That's weird. Did he come back? I mean, didn't he originally say that this was a while ago that this happened? And here he is again, we think, on site. Who else has opportunity? Smith? It's not Lily or Natalie because they don't work on the 9th. If we look at the 9th in particular, Lily doesn't come in till 2 p.m. She could not have poisoned him. You could say he could poison himself, but I think maybe the answer is Smith. I think I'm ready to put in the answer. Let's go to the website and see what happens when we... Ugh. Is it going to let me change this? This is what you get for working on tablets. It just wants to be smart. Okay, here we go. Objective 2. We're asked, sorry, this is what I want here. 2 suspects had the opportunity to commit this crime. Which 2 were they? Then a little typo about envelope A. And then if we need hints. Well, it's gonna, I think it's almost because of the way this game is designed, it's gonna be nice. If we get it wrong, it's gonna tell us even without the hint. So there's no point in using hints. So let's click start. Okay. Only 2 suspects had the opportunity to commit this crime. Who were they? Look how nice this web page is. All right, well, Matthew Dewey is number 1. All right. Now this is a little trickier. Unless I missed something in their interviews, we've got them checking in and checking out. We've got Lily coming in clearly at 2 p.m. We just don't think that is just too late. She says 1 p.m.? No, it was 2 p.m. That's just not, it's too late to have poisoned him, so it can't be Lily. And Natalie isn't even scheduled to work that day. She doesn't work on Thursdays. She never works on Thursdays. Let's quickly glance through her interview to make sure she didn't say something like, well, I came in especially to make him a coffee. Natalie, okay. He's always worked the same hours. I've been doing this evening shift, 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. Did you notice anything weird? All right, so I think that the way we're going to answer this question is we're going to treat it like it's asking us who could have the opportunity that day. We're going to assume it's not asking us if we've ruled them out for other days and other reasons, because Smith, well, hold on a second. All right, good. So this is good. So I read too much into this. From this check in and out, we know Smith was on site on the 9th when he got sick. And I was saying, yeah, but he wasn't there the first day he was poisoned, August 30th. But actually, this document doesn't tell us that. You could imagine if he was the killer that he also checked in on August 30th. So in fact, he doesn't have an alibi. So that confirms that the answer here should be Smith had the opportunity, as far as we know. Okay, you ready to submit it and see what happens? Is anyone else online before I click submit that wants to say anything? I'll just take a pause here. Have some tea while anyone in the chat can wake up from your slumber. If you're sleeping during these streams, now is the time to wake up and stop me from clicking submit if you think I've done something wrong. We need I need a little button to have some little Jeopardy music, some wake up music. Then people can sleep during the stream, and then when they program their brain, when they hear the wake up music, that means time to wake up and offer your suggestions. I'm going to do that. I'm going to add some little music, wake up music in the channel at high volume when it's time to wake up and participate in the chat. Brian says, it's not Smith, he's an honest guy. Well, yes. First, Brian said it was for sure Smith based on his look, and now Brian is defending Smith. Okay, but we're not being asked to accuse Smith. We're just saying who had the opportunity to do it. And we have now found him in the check-in. It is odd. It is awfully odd that he came back to this campground when it seems like his incident where he got his motorcycle destroyed was quite a while before that. Earlier this month. He's the guy you spoke to on the phone. He says, earlier this month. Went to the office the next morning. Earlier this month. He was interviewed on September 24th. Okay, so maybe he just got into an argument with him that day. All right. I'm going to take Brian's comments as saying he's not arguing about this. Okay, here we go. We're going to click submit and see what happens. That's not correct. What? Doesn't matter if he told the truth. That's not what we're trying to answer. We're trying to answer who had opportunity. There was an interesting part. Oh, this is confusing. There was an interesting interview where my prime candidate, Dewey, is talking about how he dealt with the motorcycle guy. I do remember a camper calling in a few days before Arnold died. That's the guy who lost the wallet. And then he says, oh yeah, there was someone else. He says, I don't remember the exact day. A few days before Arnold was found, which could have been the day he died. Angry customer was the only one working in the office at the time. I had to deal with it. This guy was mad. Told me to come out front. You can even ask Natalie. She came walking up to the office just as I was dealing with this guy. Let's just read that again. A few days before Arnold was found, which could have been on the murder, day of the murder, I had to deal with it. The guy was mad, told me to come out front so he could show me something wrong with the motorcycle. Said Arnold told him it was safe. Gravel destroyed his thing. You may want to look into this guy. You can even ask Natalie. She came walking up to the office just as I was dealing with the guy. I motioned for her to go right inside. I was the only one working in the office at the time. All right, let's think about that for a second. Let's look at our employee schedule. We know that Smith was there on 9/8 to 9/12. Okay, so this could have been the day. 9/8 to 9/12. He says he got there at night. So that would mean he would have done this on the morning of 9/9 or 9/10. Before he was found on the 11th. So probably this means on the 9th or the 10th. Matthew's working at 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's a little weird that he's the only one in the office. What does that mean? He's the only one in the office. And Natalie came up. Natalie doesn't work on Thursday, so that would have been on the 10th. Unless she's lying about it and it came in. But why would she lie about it? I'm really surprised that we were wrong on this. And I guess we can look at the hints, but I want to think about this some more. He had to have been poisoned in his morning coffee, so it has to be someone at 9:30. Someone who's in the office at 9:30 on the 9th. That makes it Arnold, who's not in our list. Let's do it himself. Robert Campbell surely is the maintenance person. So he's out. Natalie isn't working that day unless we found she's lying to us. Matthew Dewey is a definite, so definitely he's one of them. Well, he doesn't come in till 2 p.m. And that's not... I don't see how that time works for us. Natalie's not even... Natalie comes in at 1 p.m. If you came in at 1 p.m. though, That's not enough time. You can't poison him at 1 p.m. Unless she came in early. But do we have her actually clocking in? Here's our actual clock in. Natalie doesn't even clock in on Thursday because she doesn't work on Thursday. Lily clocks in, but Lily clocks in at 2 p.m., much too late. Are they asking us to put Robert? Surely not, because we've got a good alibi for Robert. Let's take a look at the Sun's interview again, see what he says. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. A little bit clever. It's too bad no one's in the chat channel for me to talk to chew on this. Well, I guess Brian is, but it's hard to know when Brian is paying attention or not. But okay, so let's think about it for a second. Here's something pretty clever if this game is doing this way. He was poisoned in his morning coffee at 9:30 a.m. I believe that to be the case. We're told that people in the office prepare his coffee for him. That's all good. That's all pointing us in one direction. Now, for opportunity, I've been saying, okay, who is in the office to prepare his coffee in the morning? But let's think a little deeper about this. We're told in one of the interviews that his coffee is made on his coffee machine. Let's find it. See if you can, if you've been following at home or you're watching this later, that's fine. I'll just pretend there's someone watching this later who's with me. Okay, so now I'm going to look for a specific interview. Here we go. Here's Lily Rogers' interview. Lily Rogers says, he needs his coffee at 9:30, brings his lunch from home. Okay. For the rest of the afternoon, he just does paperwork and makes phone calls. You said if you don't have his coffee ready for him, he gets cranky. Who's making the coffee? Whoever's in the office, really. Me, Matt, Natalie, even Robert sometimes. Arnold got a new coffee machine a few months ago that he keeps at his desk, but he never figured out how to use it. So one of us has to make it for him every day, which we usually do when he's out driving the campground in the morning and afternoon. But now look at this last statement. The worst part is he buys the cheap, nasty stuff, so no one else even drinks it. Okay, now that I believe is going to be a very subtle part of why we got this wrong. Because I was going into this asking who had the opportunity to make him his coffee at 9:30. That's the person who poisoned it. But that's not necessarily the case. If no one drinks the coffee from his coffee machine, then and you want to poison it, you do not have to be the person preparing the coffee for him in the morning. As long as you're the person who has access to the coffee machine between the end of his final coffee on the day before, September 8th, between then and the morning. So you could ask yourself who had access to the coffee machine between the evening of 9/8 and the morning of 9/9 at 9:30. And when I say the evening of 9/8, we know he has a second cup of coffee at 3:30 p.m. And he didn't get poisoned on 9/8. So somewhere between September 8th at 3:30 p.m. and September 9th at 9:30, someone may have poisoned it. Now, let's go back to our employee schedule. Who was in the office, especially alone, between 9/8 and 9/9? And if they did the same thing on the 8th, we might also look at 8/29, 3:30 p.m. to, is it 8/29? Where was his diary? He got sick on August 30. So that would be, if they did the same modus operandi, it would be between 8:29, the 29th of August at 3:30 and 8:30 in the AM. Okay, now let's look at our check-in schedule and see what we've got here. Who was at the office at night, ideally alone, on the night of 9/8? Lily is working late. So Lily is working all alone in the office till 9 p.m. on Wednesday. And is she doing the same thing on Sunday? On Sunday, the 29th, it's Natalie. I think this is going to be a little clever thing where Lily could have poisoned him on the night of the 8th, but then she couldn't have been the one to do it, the other poisoning, so that might rule her out. So I think now it's Lily. I think Lily is our other person who had the opportunity to do it by putting poison in the coffee maker at night before she left. Not that I think she did it, but she did have the opportunity to do it. Now, I guess then we're saying that the reason it's not Robert Smith having the opportunity is he may have been on site, but how could he have gotten into the office and poisoned him? I think that's right. Okay. Final answer. It's going to be Matthew and Lily. You ready? This is exciting. What we'll do is we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll get our answer. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two, and we are about to submit our answer for the second time to Who Had Opportunity. I feel good about it. And Tina is here and not suggesting anything different. This is a very clever part of this mystery if this is the right answer. All right, here we go. You ready? So to recap, I think Lily Rogers had the opportunity to poison the coffee machine the night before, since no one else drinks out of it. All right, here we go. Clicking submit. What? Really? 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 Oh, now that makes me unhappy. That makes me unhappy. Part of why it's making me unhappy is because I can't tell if it's asking me, it's not asking us who we think did it, it's saying who had the opportunity. And it's making me unhappy that it's not clear about whether it's saying, did they have the opportunity to do all the elements of the crime? In other words, did they have the opportunity to poison him both times? Or is it just asking me if they had the opportunity to do it that evening? Logically, if you're police, you shouldn't be asking if they had the only look at people who had the opportunity to both times, because you could imagine a scenario where there are two people working together. So you should only be asking who had the opportunity to do the actual final poisoning on the 9th. Who have we tried to do? We've done Matthew Dewey. Michael Harris, surely not. Surely they don't mean Robert Campbell, because we've got him doing shower maintenance, right? Unless I'm misunderstanding that person writing in. Let's read that again. Oh, well, okay, let's look at this for a second. So there was something I missed on this. I don't think it's the answer to our problem, but look at this. They were there from 9/7 to 9/11 on the morning of 9/9. So actually, a few minutes before they opened, I heard a man from a nearby campsite talking to himself, saying he can't believe he was lied to. He's going to make them pay. So that's going to be our motorcycle guy. There's the shower. There's the nearby campsite, which is Smith in 46. So actually, this is Smith on the morning of our murder talking. Then she sees the very tall guy working on the showers. I see. Um, and there's Morgan Lee. Okay. Oh, it was Morgan Lee who was the other person who's on the campsite. Okay, so let's pause for a moment and think about this. So a camper overhears camper overhears Smiths in the morning going to who's planning on confronting them. Okay, I think I understand what's happened here. All right, so camper overhears Smith, the biker, complaining, saying they lied to me, he's going to confront them. But from our interview with our main suspect, Matthew, he describes that scene a couple days before Arnold dies. He says, I was the only one working in the office. I had to deal with it. And then Natalie comes walking up to the office just as I was dealing with this guy. Assuming Matthew's not lying. I think we know that's the 9th now. So, but we don't have, Natalie's not supposed to be working on the 9th. That's a little confusing to me. Our witness says on the morning of the 9th, someone is talking about he's going to make them pay. Our guy says, I was the only one working. Told me to come out so he could show me something. You can even ask Natalie. She came walking up to the office just as I was dealing with this guy. I motioned for her to go inside, but according to our records, Natalie wasn't working on the 9th. That's very confusing to me, unless... I mean, Matthew is my suspect, so he could be lying, but why would he say, ask Natalie? But he does say to Natalie, he says he's the only one working there, and Natalie, he motions her to go right inside. So that would give, if that was true, was Natalie there morning of September 9th? Or is Matthew lying about that? Hey, you know what's cool? I just realized. I thought of something else as well. What's cool is these are actually time-stamped, these interviews. Dated and time-stamped, so we could actually order these interviews. September 14th, 16th, 13th, 22, 12, and 13. All right, let's keep these in order. All right, I thought of one other thing that's sort of important, but it's making me a little unhappy. All right, I want to see what Natalie says. How long have you been working? She just started yesterday, but it's been 12 years. Friends with my dad, who's since passed. Well, 12 years. It's a long time to get the urge to kill someone finally. Okay, let's see what she says. I knew his schedule very well. He'd always work the same hours from 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, except holidays. I used to work those same hours, but recently I've been doing the evening shift, which is 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. Have you noticed anything suspicious? She heard him talking about Robert. Well, I don't get this part about him saying, ask Natalie, when it sure seems like it happened on a day Natalie wasn't there. Okay. However, the logic I used to choose Lily was I said someone could have put the poison in the coffee machine anytime between the previous evening and the morning, since he was the only one who drank that coffee. So that's how I said, well, Lily had the opportunity to do that. But by the same token, we probably should have used that same logic to tell us that Robert Campbell, the shower maintenance guy, does not have an alibi just because he's not in the office at 9:30. In fact, we know he's got a habit of coming in rather early. We remarked that very early on in this case, that if we look at the schedule, Arnold arrives at 9 a.m. or 1 minute before. Here he is, 8:58, 8:59, 8:59. But look at Robert Campbell. He's coming in 15 minutes early every morning. That would put him on the 9th, the only person, well, Dewey gets there super early. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Did we just catch? No, Dewey always comes in at 7 a.m. So Dewey is in super early. But look at Robert Campbell, who comes in 15 minutes before Arnold. Regularly. 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes. So, by the same logic that we couldn't rule out Lily, we should say that Robert Campbell could come in 8:45, poison the coffee, then he goes out at 9 a.m. and makes sure he's working on the shower while Arnold is in there drinking his coffee, getting poisoned. So now I think, final answer, we're going to be correct this time. Without looking at any hints, it's going to be Matthew Dewey, our prime suspect, but also Robert Campbell, who had an opportunity to poison the coffee machine and then leave and try to give himself an alibi working on the shower. Very clever attempt to give yourself an alibi, but it's not going to work. All right. I'm ready to submit this. Do I have any objection? If this isn't right, I still don't know how happy I am with that, because if Robert Campbell has an alibi, then doesn't have an alibi, then maybe Lily shouldn't. But I guess if you were asking who had the opportunity on both days to do it, then you could make the case that if Lily had an opportunity to do it on the night of the 8th, she didn't have an opportunity on the night of the 29th, and vice versa for Natalie. So Robert was the only one who had the opportunity to do it both, to poison it on both mornings. Okay, here we go. Drum roll. Submit. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Like, this logic is so good. Is it not Matthew? Am I so blind to Matthew that I'm picking him and it's not him? But how does he have an alibi, though? The only question here is who doesn't have an alibi? How does Matthew have an alibi? How does Matthew have an alibi if it's not Matthew? I'm going to have to look at the hints now. I just don't understand. Am I so blinded to always insisting that it has to be Matthew? The question is, the problem is it's not asking us who did it. I can see being wrong about Matthew doing it. I just don't see where we've gotten any evidence that Matthew had an alibi. All of these people are supposed to have alibis. Scroll down to view hints. Try again. Okay. Okay. The problem is all of the people were just asked to say who didn't have an alibi. Oh, I was so excited about this game being clever, and now it's got me going. Now I'm on tilt. All right, we're gonna have to look at some hints. Let's see, hint 1. Boy, this breaks my heart, but okay. Arnold was poisoned on multiple days. Who had the opportunity to poison him on each day he was sick? Okay, so here is the first thing that this game needed to be clearer about in terms of opportunity. Is it saying who has an opportunity to do it on both days? Okay. So if we do both days, then that's what helps give Lily and Natalie alibis, because Lily did not work on the previous morning. So that gives Lily an alibi. Natalie did work the previous night, but didn't work on the 8th. So she has an alibi. Except Matthew says she did show up that day. Robert Campbell worked on the morning of the 30th and the morning of the 9th. So he's not clear. We've got him working on the showers, but he could have poisoned it before he went to the showers. So Robert seems like a person without an alibi. Dewey gets there at 7 a.m. What does he do? He doesn't seem to have an alibi, so why isn't it Robert and Dewey? And Smith, we don't know where he was on the 30th, although we suspect this is his first. We know it's his first day, otherwise he wouldn't be mad. So Smith was only there on the 8th. He has an alibi. The son is at a campground on the morning of the 9th. Could the sun have come in at night? Oh, we'll think about that in a second. We have to give someone else an alibi, though. Okay, so I do remember someone calling in a few days before he died, 7:05 a.m. I do get in at 7. The office doesn't open for another couple hours. I answered the phone anyway, so he's obviously in the office early. So Dewey certainly has no alibi. Is it possible the sun didn't leave until the evening of the 8th? It is interesting that he's buying firewood on the morning of the 9th. Let's read what the sun said. I thought he said he was out of town for longer. I was camping with my family in Portland. Okay, that's where the campground was. First days until tomorrow. Actually, I just wanted to do one last trip. We went down early in the morning on the 9th and didn't get back until late yesterday. Okay, so that's consistent. He drove down to Portland early in the morning. He got there at 9:54 to Portland. And here, look at this. I didn't even pay attention to this, but it's relevant. Portland is 195 miles away. So if the sun was in Portland at a campsite at 10 a.m., it means he must have left there way before 9 a.m. So he could have come in early and poisoned the coffee machine, but I think he's got a strong alibi. So I am at a loss here. Let's look at these other hints. Based on the poison type you identified and the time Arnold started getting sick, what time of day must he have been poisoning? Hint, it's not the same time every day. That's an interesting point. We know on the final day he was sick at 3:30 or so I feel good about that time. On 8:30, however, it seems like it was more like 5 p.m. Actually, hold on a second. What does his diary say? 9/7, dinner time. You know what? I have not been paying attention to the 9/7 when he was poisoned. That's my fault. So he was poisoned 3 times. The 30th, the 7th, and the 9th. And I haven't been paying attention to the 7th. Alright, let's look at the 7th. At dinner time, 5 or 6 p.m. Let's say it was at 6 p.m. 48 hours is 2 p.m. and 10 a.m. So he would have to have been poisoned between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Although, if he got sick at 5 p.m., that would be 9:30 a.m. That would be his morning coffee again. What time of day must he have been poisoning? It's not the same time every day. Isn't it, though? If it takes 4 to 8 hours to get poisoned, then both of his sick times could have corresponded to 9:30 a.m. Just in different windows on that 4 to 8. On 9/7, however, Natalie doesn't come into 1. Still, the 3:30 coffee doesn't work. Where's that note that we barely paid attention to? Let's look at the sun again. I'm going to look at the sun's messages again. I'm coming by on Tuesday, the 7th. So actually, the sun came by on the 7th, the other day he was poisoned. I met Dave yesterday. He's going to help figure this out. The sun says, I stopped in and talked to Natalie yesterday on the 3rd. You must have been out doing your rounds. So the sun came by on the 3rd, but that doesn't really help us. Where is that little note that the woman prepared for him? Does that have a date on it? Michael, here's the info you asked for about bookings. No date on that. The sun came by on the 7th, but on the 9th, he's in Portland way early. All right, let's keep looking at these hints. The employee's schedule was printed on an 8/24 to show who was scheduled to work each day for the upcoming 2 weeks. Between 8/29 and 9/9, there was one employee shift added and one employee who visited the office outside of their scheduled hours. One of these two may be helpful for identifying one of the two suspects. So I think they're talking about Natalie showing up on the 9th unexpectedly. But we're looking at her actual check-in. Employee's schedule was printed out on 8/24. Okay, so nice little subtle comment here. Printed on 8/24. But between 8/29 and 9/9, there was one employee shift added. And one employee who visited the office outside of their schedule. Okay, so this is published on the 24th, and then someone comes out. Okay, let's look more carefully then. On the 7th, the schedule says Arnold should arrive at 9 a.m. He does. It says Robert should arrive from 9 a.m. to 5. He does. It says Natalie should be there from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. She does. It says Matthew is supposed to be from 7 to 3. He is. And Lily is supposed to be from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. She is. Okay, so the 7th is consistent. On the 6th, there's just supposed to be 2 workers, Natalie and Matthew Dewey. That's consistent. Now let's look at the 8th. It's supposed to be 3 workers, Robert at 9, Arnold at 9, and Lily at 4. That's all correct. Now on the 9th, when he was poisoned, Arnold, 9 a.m. Supposed to be from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. But we know he got sick at 3 o'clock and left. Robert was supposed to be from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And there he is, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Lily was supposed to be from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m. And that's when she was. Natalie was not supposed to show up, and she didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone showed up when they were supposed to on the 9th. Okay, let's look at the 10th. All right, this is a little interesting. On the 10th, well, okay, on the 10th, we're supposed to be Arnold Harris. Well, he didn't show up because he was dead. Sorry, I know this is harder to see. On the 10th, Robert was supposed to go from 9 to 5. He did. Natalie was supposed to be working from 1 to 9. She did. And Matthew was supposed to be working from 7 to 3. He did. On the 11th, when they found the body, Matthew was supposed to be working from 7 to 10. 7 to 3. He did. Lily was supposed to be working between noon and 6 p.m. She did. Natalie from 1 to 9. She did. Everyone's been consistent. What is this? What am I missing? Natalie from 1 to 9. Dewey from 7 a.m. to 3. That's all consistent. How about the 5th? Supposed to be Lily from 7 to 3. Natalie from 1 to 9. It's all consistent. The only inconsistency was from Matthew Dewey's statement that Natalie was seen walking in. I forget if we already tried Natalie. All right, before I do anything, did we try believing Matthew that Natalie came into the office while no one was there? I don't know if I tried this already. So he says he was arguing with the motorcycle guy in his interview, and Natalie walked by him, even though on the 9th she wasn't supposed to be working. So let's try this. No, don't like it. Don't like it. So, in other words, based on Matthew's statement that he was arguing with the motorcycle guy and he saw Natalie come in, even though we're not told what time that was, and even though she didn't check in at all using the employee clock in and clock out. So I guess she didn't clock herself in, which is highly suspicious. But this is all entirely based on Matthew saying he saw her. Not based on her interview, right? If she says she came in on that day, then that's fair game. But if it's all based on Matthew, I'm going to call foul. She's working for 12 years. She knows his schedule. He'd always work the same hours, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, except for holidays. I used to work the same hours. Recently, I've been doing the evening shift, which is 1 p.m. to 9 p.m., which she's been doing all the way since August. She is trying to throw blame on Matthew. Then she hears the conversation and she starts to throw blame on Robert. All right, she doesn't say she's in. Well, I'm not happy with that. I also think that I assume that clocking in was going to be like some automatic thing. Like if you go into the office, it clocks you in. I guess this is suggesting that you could go in and you don't have to clock in automatically. Because that's what she did, if we're to believe Matthew. Maybe they're working together. I don't know. Then why would he say he saw her? All right. Well, I am not thrilled about that. And I thought it was very clever that someone could have poisoned it the night before or whatever. And okay, well, we'll talk about this at the end. But you can now open envelope B. All right, let's reorganize and open envelope B. I was a bit on tilt there. I'm still not thrilled with that little change, that set of questions. That was not pleasant, especially since it's not asking us who did it. But okay. All right, well, let's catch our breath. Take a deep breath. Forget all that and switch to envelope B. Envelope B is just photos. Let's see what we got. Objective 3, convict the killer. Some new photo evidence just became available. Using the evidence provided throughout the case, each of the suspects can be proven innocent except for one. Your job is to identify the killer. When you can verify who the killer is, visit this page to prove it. After you successfully identify the killer, you may open the solution. Hint, the evidence does not fully prove the killer is guilty, but allows you to eliminate all other suspects and provides means, motives, and opportunity that will help a prosecution secure a conviction. Need a hint? Okay, so we're down to 2 suspects that had the opportunity. Matthew Dewey and Natalie Davis, who showed up mysteriously and didn't check in. Let's look at our photos now. Keys hanging on the back wall of the campground office. Photo taken September 12th. So day after his body was found, we've got keys. Not sure how that helps us. Okay. Arnold Harris's office desk. Well, let's do these properly so you can see them nice and clear. Okay. Guess that's not much zoomed in. Tape, some sort of wrench, and 2 sets of keys. Morning after. Okay. Office desk. Photo taken on September 12th. Night after. What have we got here? There's his smoothie. With his name on it. That's Arnold. Remember, the smoothies are made specifically for them. That smoothie part was weird. So I guess we know Arnold is regimented about his coffee, but we don't know when he takes his smoothie. Anything else on his desk of interest? There's his coffee machine and his coffee cup and his smoothie cup. Boy, I don't see anything else relevant, which is a little bit odd. Except you can see he did drink his smoothie. Okay, and here we go. Wiper fluid and footprint found in the woods behind the campground office. I guess we're going to be able to trace that footprint to this photo. Is that the same footprint? Yeah, you can kind of see the chevrons are the same as these chevrons. And there's our poison. I don't see anything else in this photo that's too useful. The woods behind the campground office. Okay. However, we did identify when that photo had to be taken. I said that photo had to be on August 31st, the early morning of August 31st. Which I guess means this person what does that mean? Who are we ruling out? Unless there's something else in one of these photos that helps us. Do we know who took what could this help us eliminate? So on the 12th, they find this footprint. All right, so someone recently went into the woods with the wiper fluid poison. The same person went to the firewood locker, I guess. Maybe I was reading too much into it to thinking that they didn't stop there. Let's say they worked there and this was done. Let's say this would have blended away the next day. So then the question is, can we guess who was working on the night of August 30th or the morning of August 31st? But we don't trust the check-in anymore or the employee schedule because we know people come in at wrong times. Brian says, where are 17 and 16? We don't have access to 17 and 16. The best we got is, and look at this. This is there are a couple evidence here that we haven't used here. Parking passes. and models and sizes of shoes. But I don't see how that we can't match those shoe sizes. Okay, but to answer Brian's question about photos, what we're told is, we're given a list of files on this computer. We've got one image 331, which is from September 7th. And then we've got the earliest photo here is 321, is August 31st. And they just go up incrementally as the numbers increase. So in other words, we know that file 318 was taken before August 31st at 3:42 p.m. That puts our latest date that this could have been taken there. And then our earliest date comes from a different piece of evidence. If I can find it, where we're told some earlier file names, some earlier image files here. So we know that 316 was taken the previous night. This was the last three photos. So 16 was the last three photos. And we know that he tells us when he took 316. I took some photos with the office camera at the end of the day yesterday, which was August 30th. So we know that 5 p.m. August 30th, this photo was taken. So somewhere sandwiched between 5:30 p.m. on August 30th and 3:42 p.m. on August 31st came this photo. 5 p.m. August 30th, 3:42 p.m. August 31st. So if we look at who's supposed to be working there at those times, 3 p.m. August 30 to 5 p.m. August 30 to 3:42 p.m. August 31st. Who was scheduled to be working during that time? Okay, Natalie. Natalie would have been there after hours on August 30th. So would Lily. On August 30th evening. Then in the morning, who could have gotten captured there? It could have been Arnold himself. Could have been Robert Campbell. Could have been Natalie. And it could have been Lily. However, so that would seem to maybe rule out Dewey, which would leave us only with Natalie. So that would make it Natalie. But that assumes that this photo is of the poisoner. Okay, we know, okay, sorry. Okay, yes, we know that the poisoner has this shoe based on this photo. Okay, so whoever uses this shoe is the poisoner. Okay, that's fine. So we know this photo was taken when these people were working. Natalie, Lily, Robert, and Arnold. And only Natalie is on our suspect list. Okay, that's fine. So only Natalie was working when this photo was taken. But what if these footprints are a day old? Then it's all irrelevant. If they're a day old, then Matthew was working the previous day. I mean, if we had a photo from the previous day where there weren't the footprints, that would be fantastic. That would be fine. If we assume that this game is trying to tell us that these footprints had to be from that taken and left on that same day, which I don't know why it's supposed to tell us that. It's also showing us that there's a combination lock. Maybe that means no one needed to use the keys. I can't tell if that's a combination lock. It looks like it to me. Sure looks like a combination lock. So we're saying that these are irrelevant, that there's nothing useful here. There is the smoothie. Is Natalie trying to cast blame? I thought Matthew was trying to cast blame on people. If we're really going to accuse Natalie, let's take a look at her interview one last time. But what's Natalie's motive? What's Natalie's motive? She's worked there 12 years. She's our DUI girl who's worked there for 12 years. What on earth is her motive? Anything I can do to help? How long have you been working there? Feels like yesterday, but it's been 12 years. You offered me a job right after I graduated high school. I've been there ever since. What do you do? I work the office. How many employees work there now? 4 of us. I knew his schedule very well. He'd always work the same hours. Doing the evening shift. Getting in at 9. How would you say your relationship is? Good, I think. We used to be very friendly. These past 2 or 3 years, he's gotten very grumpy and standoffish. I try not to do anything that might irritate him. He was stressed. Robert has issues with drugs. A week ago, I heard him talking on the phone with his sister. Forced to report him. Robert had been dealing again. He needed the money. Actually, we did get a motive for Natalie, didn't we? But it came from someone else. Someone told us she lost custody, didn't they? Let's find that. Was it Dewey? Yes. Let's read that. So it's Robert Campbell, the drug dealer. He says, we say you were doing drugs, right? And then he says, did Natalie say that? I know it was her. She's always snooping around, getting into everyone's business. Does it matter? Did she tell you about her Arnold problem? I bet she didn't. Did you know she had been going through a nasty custody battle with her ex-husband? When Arnold didn't pay for several weeks, she lost her apartment. She doesn't have any other family to live with, so she lost custody of her daughter. Okay, well, there's our motive. And then I suppose you could make the case that no, I was going to say maybe Natalie never had to actually go into the office to get the poison. But she needed to plant it in the coffee. But how does she plant it in the coffee without coming up on the clocking in and clocking out and anyone seeing her? I guess she just has a key. She gets in and she poisons the coffee in the morning before everyone comes in. Brian says she came in on her day off to throw everyone off. Yeah, I think that's it. But she came in on her day off to throw everyone off. Let's see, where was she on the previous poisonings? On the 30th. On the 30th, she was there at 1 p.m., so could have poisoned his 3:30 p.m. coffee. On the 7th, she was there and could have poisoned the 3:30 coffee. And then on the 9th, she doesn't show as coming in, but she must have come in and poisoned it in the morning and then left. So that's it. On the 30th, she poisons his 3:30 p.m. coffee. On the 7th, she poisons his 3:30 p.m. coffee and makes him sick around dinner time. Then lastly, on the 9th, she sneaks in the morning. It has to be after 9 a.m. because that's when the motorcycle guy was complaining. Sometime after that. When no one was in the office, he said. It's a little bit of a flaw because well, I don't know. The witness hears Smith, the motorcycle guy, getting mad before 9 a.m., around 9 a.m. Sounds like he was going to go after 9 a.m. to complain, but that would have been while everyone was there, so it must have been before then. So Natalie sneaks into work early to poison the coffee machine, doesn't check in, doesn't register, doesn't clock in at all, just gets there and goes home. And then the footprints, we have to assume, got left the day that the photo was taken. All right. We'll take an 8-minute break and we'll come back and we'll solve the case. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Go Up for Two. We're 5.5 hours in. We're ready to solve this case. I have some real mixed feelings. That's okay, though. All right, we think it's Natalie. We think her motive is because she lost her daughter. And we're resting our final evidence. We've gotten down to either Matthew, or who's a weirdo, and Natalie, who's a 12-year employee. Both of them have reasons to be upset at Arnold, but maybe Natalie has a better reason. The only thing that's troubling is from the two of those people who had opportunity, we are resting our final decision on this photo. We're ignoring this photo as being irrelevant to us. A little scary. We're ignoring this photo as being irrelevant to us. A little scary that we're doing that. And our entire case rests on the fact that the poisoner there was a photograph taken of the poisoner's shoe prints on sometime between 5 p.m. on August 30th and 3:40 p.m. on August 31st. That's when the photo was taken. This is our entire case blaming Natalie. Is the fact that she showed up when she wasn't on the schedule. That's one thing that was suspicious. On the 9th, when he was poisoned. But also on the idea of whose footprints could those have been. We know the photograph was taken between 5 p.m. August 30, 3 p.m., 3:40 p.m. August 31st. If we look at the schedule, notice Natalie's already proven people can be walking around in there not on the schedule. But assuming people work on the schedule, the only people that would have been walking around during those hours is 5 p.m. August 30th, after 5 p.m. after he left, would be Natalie or Lily. And then on the next morning, Arnold, Robert, Natalie, and Lily again. So those shoe prints could belong to any of these people: Natalie, Lily, Arnold, Robert. However, we already think Arnold didn't commit suicide. And we think Lily didn't have opportunity from step 2, and Robert didn't have opportunity for step 2. So the only person who had opportunity and could be the killer's footprints are Natalie. But this is entirely rests on the fact that these footprints were left the day the photograph was taken. They are pretty clear, they're water, so you could argue that maybe they would have gone away. 5 p.m. August 30th. Well, wait a second. No, I'm not happy with that. I mean, I think we're going to vote for Natalie, but let me just point something out. Between 5 p.m. when this photo was taken, was between 5 p.m. August 30th and 3:42 p.m. August 31st. Okay, so let's just assume for a second that it was taken on 5 p.m. on August 30th. So we looked up here, we said, who was working at 5 p.m. August 30th? that gave us Natalie and Lily. But imagine the photograph was taken at 5 p.m., okay? And the prints were left at 3 p.m. Let's assume they're 2 hours old. Well, now, Matthew could have left them. If the footprints were left at 3 and the photograph was taken at 5, if they were just lasted there for 2 hours, then it could be Matthew's footprints. He left at 3 p.m., so he wasn't there when the photo was taken. But the photo was taken 2 hours after Matthew was last on the scene. So couldn't these footprints be 2 hours old? How old are we supposed to limit these to? So I don't like that, but I assume that the game wants us to think that these photographs are brand new and fresh. I don't know why we couldn't have been given, if it wants to be clear, the other 2 photos. Brian says it's the other photo. I don't know what that means. It's the other photo. You mean this photo here? This photo was taken on the 12th. This is on August 30th. That's 2 weeks apart. This is 2 weeks earlier. Sorry. This is 2 weeks earlier than this photo. This was during the first occasion of being poisoned. And then this is on the, well, we don't know when this was taken. We know it was taken on the 12th, but we don't know when the footprint was left. Presumably from the poison by the 9th. She had to poison after everyone left. This is on August 30th, though. This is during one of the early poisons, the first poison day. Right? Unless I'm really misunderstanding. DSC 316 was August 31st. And then DSC 21, which is the latest one, is August 31st. Yeah. So this photograph is from the end of August, 2 weeks before he was poisoned to death. This photograph was taken on September 12th. It says right here, taken by police. So these were taken 2 weeks apart. The only thing this is showing us here is that the owner of these footprints are that this on the 31st belongs to the killer because the footprints match. But this wetness is not causing this. It's possible that this is still holding for the 30th, but don't remember he was poisoned 3 times. Once on the 30th, where these footprints are from. Remember, this doesn't have to involve poisoning. This is just to show us, hey, whoever left these tracks we know is the killer. So if we could figure out when they use that. And then they were poisoned on the 7th and then poisoned on the 9th. So this could have happened on the 9th. Who knows? They could have kept this. In fact, actually, we do have a little bit of a clue here about this. We do have shoe prints. That doesn't really help us. But what we do have is the inventory. When did the wiper fluid get used? There it is. So by 8:30 at 10 a.m., someone had taken that wiper fluid. By 8:30 at 10 a.m., someone had taken this wiper fluid. So they secreted this away on the 30th. Maybe that's what we're meant to know. Before the morning of the 30th, they leave, take the wiper fluid, steal it. The photo is taken. Then, but the order would be wrong. You'd have to go into the woods to plant this and then come back. A little weird. Brian says, yes, they took the wiper fluid at 10 before 8:30. Well, it could have happened any time in this week this wiper fluid was taken. But even though this photograph was taken on September 12th, Brian thinks they stole this on the 30th. Has to be before this guy does his inventory. Could be any time in that week that it was stolen. They leave it in the woods, then they come back and walk by the firebox and leave prints which were taken. Maybe that's why Arnold wanted to see photographs. He thought someone might have stolen a bottle of wiper fluid and wanted to find out who did it. Even though he didn't look at this picture, he looked at other pictures which we're not privy to. Feels like something's missing. Is there anything we need to look at these before we try to solve this case, though? He drank his coffee. He drank the smoothie that the creepy guy makes for him. Anything else in these photographs that we should be paying attention to, that we're overlooking? I really don't see anything. What could we make out of any of this? I don't see anything relevant for us. I think this is just to throw us off the trail. Brian says, I gotta sleep, but I gotta know. Okay, let's solve it. I'm tired, let's solve it. Brian says, okay, here we go. We're gonna do part 3. Okay, so it says, when you're ready, go to part 3. Okay, here we go. Using the evidence provided throughout this case, each of the suspects can be proven innocent except for one. Which suspect killed Arnold Harris? Note, evidence does not fully prove that the killer is guilty, but allows you to eliminate all the other suspects and provides the means, motives, and opportunity that will help the prosecution secure a conviction. All right, so we are saying it's Natalie. It wants us to answer more things first. After solving objective 2, there are only 2 suspects who had the opportunity to kill Arnold. Which photo from envelope B helps to prove one of these 2 suspects innocent, leaving only one as the killer? Okay, so from envelope B, was it... So I guess it was this one in envelope B, right? All right, so How challenging was this? I didn't. It does it say we got it right? How challenging was this case? All right, I guess I'll say just right. Almost done. Now that you've completed this case, how likely are you to recommend it? I will recommend it quite a bit, even though I have my complaints. Last question, why did you choose the above number? It was weird how that did it, but guess what? We're correct. That is correct. Natalie Davis is the killer. After solving Objective 2, Matthew Dewey and Natalie Davis were the only two suspects who had the opportunity to poison Arnold on all 4 days that he was sick. August 30th, September 3rd, September 7th, and September 9th. I hate to say it, but I feel like I missed one of those days. Third. Yes, okay, so just to look at this, actually we just skimmed over this, but it does say on September 3rd he had stomach pain in the evening, and that's it. But that was another poisoning, I guess. All right, let's go back here. In Envelope B, there were 3 new photo pieces of evidence released. The photo of the footprint can be used to prove that Matthew could not have been the killer. Looking at the footprint from the photo, it matches the wet prints from the firewood locker photo found in the evidence envelope. Therefore, the person who left the prints by the wiper fluid, the killer, must be the same person who left the wet prints in front of the firewood locker. I agree with all that so far. But here's where I had some disagreement. It says the firewood locker photo does not have a timestamp when it was taken, but it is numbered 318. Looking at the screenshot of Arnold's computer, there are JPEG photo files labeled da-da-da-da-da. This indicates that 318 is the photo number 318, DSC 318, which we just need to find out when it was taken. Using the screenshot of Arnold's computer, we can see that 321 was taken on 8/31 at 3:42. An email includes the last 3 photos of the office camera, DSC 13, 14, 15, 16. This means that DSC 318 must have been taken on 8/31 between 7:40 a.m. and 3:42 p.m. Now, why did it jump to assume 7:40 a.m.? An email from Lily to Arnold on 8/31/21 at 7:40 includes the last 3 photos of the camera. This means 318 had to occur between 7:40. That's not right. That's incorrect. That is faulty logic. Let's see why. He texts her and he says, well, I guess it's a little ambiguous. But he texts her and he says, hey, I took 3 photos last night at the end of the day. I took some photos with the office camera at the end of the day yesterday. When you get in the morning, can you send me the last 3? I'll send it once I get in. I just emailed them. Okay, so I guess what it's saying is that she sent the last 3 photos on the camera. That means that had to be taken, that no photo could have been taken in the morning. Okay, I guess I can agree with that. I was thinking, well, she just sent him the photos he took. We don't know if someone took photos after that. But I guess it's reasonable to say that she sent the last 3 photos in the camera. Okay. Fair enough. So that pushes up the time to 7 a.m. So as long as you say that the footprints couldn't have lasted between 3 p.m. and 7 a.m., then they can't be Matthew's. Okay. Using this screenshot of Arnold's computer, we can see, okay, we did all that. The employee schedule shows that Matthew Dewey was not working on 8/31. So those footprints in front of the fire locker could not be his. Therefore, he could not be the killer. Okay, that's the way we reasoned it. But can I just point out that if Natalie can come in off the clock whenever she wants in order to do dastardly stuff, couldn't Matthew Dewey also come in off the clock? If the employee schedule is what we're using to prove that Matthew didn't come in, then... but we can't use it for Natalie? That feels a little wrong to me. Okay, but it says we're done, and now we can open the solution packet. So let's open the solution packet. And I guess that we can... I guess if you played this, if you didn't have internet access, you could just open this after you're done with all the objectives, without ever getting confirmation online, which would have been fine. Okay, so here's the written solution. Dear Detective, thank you for solving this case. Natalie Davis killed my friend Arnold. I presented the analysis you did to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, and they brought Natalie back in for questioning. After seeing that mountain of evidence in front of her, she confessed to killing Arnold. I'm glad to finally know the truth, but it feels bittersweet. Arnold didn't deserve to go out this way. Natalie confessed that she had poisoned Arnold's coffee with windshield wiper fluid on 4 different occasions over the course of 2 weeks prior to his death. The first 3 times she used only enough wiper fluid to give him mild symptoms, but the 4th time was enough to kill him. When asked why she did it, Natalie simply stated that Arnold took away her whole world. Her daughter, for the previous 6 months, Natalie and her husband had been going through a tumultuous custody battle over their 4-year-old daughter. There was a stretch in June and July where Arnold hadn't been able to pay his employees on multiple occasions, and without that money, Natalie lost her apartment. The courts ruled that without a home, Natalie was not in a place to take care of her daughter, and awarded her full custody to her ex-husband. That was in early August. It was at that point she began plotting how she would kill the man she believed responsible for this, Arnold. The whole process hasn't been easy for me, but I'm glad to know the person responsible is going to pay the price. Thank you again for finding Arnold's killer and for closing this case when no one else could. Don. Okay, Brian says, great game. Good night. All right, Brian, it was nice having you with me for this one. Okay, so final thoughts. I think, as is tradition, we'll take a very short break. I guess we'll just do a 5-minute break, and I'll come back and I'll try to collect my final thoughts. If there's anyone else in the channel, prepare your final thoughts. Brian, it was nice having you join me for the whole second half of this one. I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. I'll give you my final thoughts. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've just played the Killer at Large game, Mystery at East Mountain Lake. One of 3 cases in the Killer at Large series that you can order directly from their website. And I'm going to give you a little bit of my feelings on the game. If anyone is in the chat, you can give your feelings too. I think overall, leaving aside some substantial complaints about the logic of the final proof, I think this is a very high quality case in terms of the journey, for sure. The evidence was rich, deep. We had to really go through those schedules over and over again. Multiple pieces of evidence had to be put together to make sense of it all. And there were some little aha moments where witness overheard someone arguing, and we used that one late witness to both give an alibi to one of our people working in the showers, but also match that up with the motorcycle guy. Like, there were lots of pieces of information that required us to put together multiple little hidden little gems in different documents to coalesce to understand what was going on and pinpoint the information, like figuring out when the motorcycle guy complained was like 4 different pieces of evidence to actually figure out, okay, he was there on this range, so that means the witness heard someone saying they lied to me. It took 4 pieces of evidence to get him there at 9 a.m. on the morning. And those were very satisfying things. So lots of clever use of evidence and clever reasoning and enjoyable chewing through the evidence. The website was very well done. In fact, I guess I would say that is the best done question answering system of any of the dozen or so cold case mystery suspect games I've played. It was very smooth how it said pick the 2 people that did it. You click their faces and you click submit. And the variety of questions, how it was done in 3 parts. First, identify how he was murdered, then which suspects have opportunities, and then the list of each one had a set of hints and then a set of a reveal for each hint to give you more information. That's how it should be done. Like, this is this is the way you want it done. There's only one other game that I know of that asks you to prove what evidence led you to certain conclusions. And in that case, it just asks you to type in, like you type in, it was evidence E and F. That worked fine. But this was actually quite nice how it had multiple choice in different ways, and you click it, all worked well. Only thing that might be nice is having to manually put in the name of the case URL for each step was weird. It might be nice if it just said go to the web page and then click game 1, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. That would be the only small quibble there. The staging of these 3 steps was actually also well done and nice. It's always fun to have evidence that only gets revealed as you go in, and that was a fun part. There wasn't that much in these envelopes, but enough to keep us interested and make it fun to get to the next stage. And I like this idea of not getting all the evidence at once, getting a little bit more. And thematically, it made sense that the toxicology report didn't come until later, and then more photos later. I thought that was really well done. I liked how it was framed. If you wanted to make it even better, I think one of the unsolved case files, one of the things that happens in some of the best of these games is there are events that happen that are sort of surprising. And this didn't have that. This just had like, okay, you've identified how they were killed. Now here's some more evidence and some more stuff. Not, oh my God, this just happened. And it's maybe a little bit more fun when there are actual events that happen that create multiple stages, but very well done. I like this system where obviously you need the internet to get hints and you need the internet to check your answers. But if you are playing this in a cabin off the grid, you could absolutely play it without the internet. You would just play it when you think you know the answer to that. You'd open this envelope, and when you think you know the answer, you'd open the next envelope. And I think maybe it would just be a little more challenging because it's the website that tells you, yes, you've identified the two people that had opportunity. Whereas if you were playing it without the website, you wouldn't get that, but you would still be able to play it till the end and then read the solution. Let's see, if you read the solution, it just assumes you got it right. So you would read that, and if you got it wrong, you'd get it wrong. Okay, so the ending was, all of the stage 1 and stage 2 seemed very well done. Like when you get it wrong, it asks you to go again. The final stage of this was weird because it asked us like, who did it? And then it was like, how did you like this game? What was the difficulty? It was weird because it felt like first it should ask us who did it and why, and then it should say, congratulations, you got it right. It was Natalie. Now tell us what you thought of the difficulty. Did you like the game? It was very odd to answer a question and then be in some stage where we couldn't tell if we got it right or wrong. The last really important point to hit in terms of a positive is the writing quality was very good. Lots of nice reading, and like a big chunk of this game were the interview transcripts and the witness statements. And I felt those were very convincingly written. Nice, fully fleshed out, believable interviews, some subtle details, and believable characters, kind of interesting characters, and it felt like real dialogue. And I think that's hard to do in some of these games, and this did it really well. And I think like when you look at this game and all the pieces, all the evidence, and especially those dialogues and transcripts, you can tell you're dealing with a high quality game. All Positive Journey was fun, nice length. I would highly recommend this. And I think you could see from the discussion, this would benefit from having a couple more people playing. I think I suffered a little bit not having more audience. If we knew it was going to be this good, we might have saved it for when there were going to be more people playing. But I do appreciate that Brian joined me for this one. This was a good one to join me for. Okay, all the positive stuff. So lots of stuff that was great about that. Now, let's talk about where our gameplay went wrong. And that was at the stage 2. So when stage 1, we knew the answer very easily. It seemed very straightforward. We figured out what the poison was. That was kind of fun. A little bit more procedural than really thinky about it. And then when we got to the third question, we knew who it was because we knew what the game, or at least we guessed what the game wanted us to conclude from the photo of the footprints behind the shed. So that was easy. We did that very quickly, but I wasn't thrilled with it. And then the middle question, though, of which two people had opportunity, that's when things went off the rails quite a bit for me. My first answer, first of all, it wasn't clear whether the game was asking. It was a weird thing because we had our suspect out. It turned out it was wrong. Our primary suspect wasn't the person who did it. But it was weird to be asked which two people have the opportunity, not who do you think did it. So it was kind of a weird question to ask. Or at least it made us think about it in a way that we weren't used to thinking about things. But nothing wrong with that. But it asked us which two people had the opportunity. And the first problem was it wasn't clear if it was asking us who had the opportunity to actually kill him, or who did we think had the opportunity to do everything that was being done to him. I mean, it was clear he was poisoned multiple times going back weeks and weeks. So one thing that wasn't clear to me is it saying, I want you to now rule out who was behind all of those poisonings, who couldn't have been doing all of the poisonings? Or if you're doing this prematurely, remember, before you see the final envelope, should we just be focused on who couldn't have done the last poisoning? Those were two different questions. And because we were choosing 2 out of 6, it wasn't clear that there was a way for it. We couldn't figure out what the game wanted us to tell it in that respect. Furthermore, something interesting happened after we got it wrong. So I first went through it and I said, okay, Dewey has no alibi. He's definitely one of the people who had an opportunity. And then we went through the others and we said, well, Robert, the drug dealer, he was fixing the shower at 9:30. So he couldn't have done it. And then a couple more reasons. Smith was there on the morning, but should we rule him out because he had no good way to get into the office? Or is that just some information we haven't found out yet how he did that? So it was a little weird how to rule out him. And then when we got that wrong on the first guess, I chewed on it for a bit and then I realized something quite fun. The core puzzle for this case was wonderful. It was who could have been poisoning him? Who could have gotten the poison into his coffee machine? And I realized, well, he's the only one who ever drinks from that coffee machine. If he's being poisoned in the morning, it means anyone who had access to that coffee machine at night could have been poisoning him. So then I said, okay, well then it could be this person, this woman who was working late at night, Lily. And that was wrong. And then I realized, and that was disappointing because like, oh, that's the cleverness here, that you could poison it late at night because he's the only one drinking it. That was wrong. Then I said, oh, wait a second. For the very same reason that someone who poisoned it late at night could have done it, Robert, who was working on the shower at 9:30 a.m., could have poisoned it in the morning when he came in at 8:40. That was the wrong answer. And the game wanted us to figure out that Natalie came in on her off day, didn't check in, but came in early to poison the coffee. Even though she doesn't show up on any of the schedule, the only clue that she actually did come in is Dewey, in passing, when he's talking about some incident, said he can't remember the day, but Natalie walked by him. We don't know the day or the time, but we can figure out that it should have been on the 9th. But to me, that was really flawed because... First of all, I love the puzzle of the poisoning of the coffee, but here's the bigger picture problem I have with all this. We're meant to believe that it could only have been Natalie, that she had to sort of sneak in off hours, even though she's not in the check-in, check-out, clock in, clock out, but she came in. So therefore, she was the person who had the opportunity to poison the coffee cup in the morning. But if we're going to allow that anyone who works here could have come by any time after hours and not been clocked in or clocked out, not appeared on security camera, then they all had the opportunity to do it. they literally all could have come in the after at night or early in the morning, 5 a.m., 4 a.m., 11 p.m., and put poison in the coffee machine, never been seen, never clocked in or clocked out. So that's troublesome. I think it could have been solved by having security cameras somewhere or some note about how you're automatically clocked in or clocked out. But it seems to me like you can't have it both ways. You can't say, and then the game told us in the end, like, Dewey, you can look on the schedule and he wasn't scheduled to be working that morning. But so that rules him out. But then we're told that Natalie also wasn't on the schedule, wasn't scheduled to be in, but she came in anyway. She was even seen coming in, so she didn't seem like and it was 9 a.m. She didn't make much of an attempt to hide it and came in during regular working hours. So, like, it seems to me like the workers in this place could come and go as they wanted, don't have to check in, check out, they don't appear on camera. So if that's the world you're in, then any of them could have done it. That's troubling to me. That's unfortunate because it feels like you could have solved that. You could have figured out ways to let us know that these other people couldn't have come in after hours, that Robert couldn't have put poison in the coffee pot before he went to fix the shower. I'm not sure exactly how you do it. You could tell us how the coffee was prepared. Maybe it was cleaned every morning at 8 a.m. when a certain person comes in, then you know, okay, so it couldn't have been someone poisoning it at night. It had to be someone who came in the morning, etc. The other very weird thing that I thought wasn't handled all that well was that footprint. Now, it was quite nice that they went to all this trouble to have you figure out when the photo was taken. That was all fair. Here's the photo we saw early on with the footprint. So this was all fair to have us, okay, so we know, okay, whoever has this footprint is the killer, because there's the mud and the poison. So all we need to know from this is that this footprint is the footprint of the killer. And then we had to work hard to figure out when this photo was taken. But then the game wanted us to make the leap from figuring out that the photo was taken in this block of time. I think it's a little bit ambiguous whether you know it was taken between 5 p.m. at night and 3:40 p.m. the next day, or as the game suggests, which I think is fair, that it had to be taken after the morning. So you're told that you can arguably narrow down this photo being taken, though it's not clear why it was taken, but you can argue that the photo can be narrowed down to the window between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. on the certain day. But then we're supposed to make the leap to say, therefore, these shoe prints must have been left by someone who was scheduled to work during those hours between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. on that day. And if we do that, we get 5 people, and of our 2 suspects who had opportunity, only one of them was there, and that seals the case against Natalie. But from my standpoint, that doesn't really hold water. We don't know how old these footprints are. Couldn't they have been from the previous night? Couldn't they have been from someone who snuck in there early in the morning? If Natalie's allowed to show up at this work site early and not on the schedule in order to do the poisoning on September 9th, couldn't the poisoner be sneaking in at 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., even though they're not on the schedule? They could have left those prints. So I think the game can't have it both ways. The game can't have Natalie sneaking in off schedule to plant the poison, but then also have us be sure that whoever left these prints had to be scheduled to work on that day. and the age of the prints. I think it would have been better if we had some other way of knowing that those prints were left by someone who was working that day. Actually, if we knew that it had to be someone who was not just scheduled to work, but was actually there seen, then maybe it would have been fairer. But are these minor quibbles? I don't know. It's an unusual... It's a different kind of criticism. Sometimes we play these games and we say, well, there wasn't enough evidence to do this, or it was too easy for this reason. This is a different kind of complaint that I don't end up making very often, and that's that I felt like there were too many alternate theories that were plausible. I guess that's the way to say it. And when the game isn't good, I don't care. It's only when the game is as good as this was, and the evidence was as meaty to get into that this was, that I was a little disappointed that these loose ends weren't tied up in a way that really let me eliminate suspects. I felt especially, that may be a better way to narrow it down, that I just felt like if you allow people to come and go at will, and the poison could have been put in after hours for the morning, I was disappointed that the game did not do a better job of eliminating suspects. Otherwise, though, a very pleasant experience. There was one more thing I was going to say about... I do like the idea that when we listen to one guy the guy who says, you can ask Natalie, she walked by me. It's an interesting logical problem that when I saw that, I said, well, I don't trust him. I couldn't figure out, we talked about why would he lie? Why would he say that? But I sort of had prejudged him to be a bad guy and unreliable. So I didn't focus too much on that. But maybe we should have looked at it from the other side and said, why would he lie about that? And if he's not lying about that, then the suspicion should have very strongly focused on Natalie. And that might have been a nice way to look at it. Like, we should have looked at it from both sides of that. And if we had said, why would he lie? And if he's not lying, what does it mean? Then if he's not lying, that should have really drawn our attention to Natalie. And that would have been... It's unfortunate that we didn't make that conclusion, or at least entertain that possibility. I'd be very happy to play the other games in this series. I did enjoy this a lot. All right, I guess we'll end there. I had one more thing I was thinking of, but I can't remember what it was now. Okay, we'll end there. I'll see you next time. I'll see you tonight when we play perhaps the final move of the Sherlock Holmes Fellowship of Bones Murder by Mail game. Thanks for joining for this one. I'm sorry for those of you who missed it, but maybe we'll play the other two in this series, and we'll try to get the regular squad to join for that. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you next time.